worked with a lot of grandmasters. I worked with the English national team at doing here. So I thought.
Hello everyone and welcome to this stream. This is being streamed to you live from the RAC Club in London, Pall Mall, and we are here for the Oxford vs Cambridge Varsity Match 2024. Now we're just waiting for the match to start, so I'm just going to do a little bit of checking just to make sure that everything is working fine. We've got an audience here as well, so you're going to hear a little bit of commentary from them as well, and we're just going to see how it all fits together, how it all works. So the first thing to check is whether actually I am actually streaming or not. Looking for it on the chess.com page. That should start up quite soon, and it should also be on the Silicon Road page as well at some stage, and that would be cool as well. So let's just have a look to see whether all that is working. There we are, and I think you're going to be heard. That is working. You're going to be heard. That's good. You're going to be heard. That is working. Mute. There we are. Great. So, okay. So that is actually there. It's going to disturb the broadcast, but you can do what you like, Ray. That's. I was just going to ask you what your favourite restaurant is. Let's have a look. That's all good.
I love the tour d'oeuvre. That's wonderful. And especially that, but also the
brilliant. Okay, that's good.
I like the Jourdain, the 24.
Brilliant.
The Maurice, and keep score.
Oh, fantastic. Thanks very much. Thank you. Okay, well, I think we're basically set there. I can't actually see the stuff on the stream actually being streamed on chess.com yet, but hopefully that will come very soon. And what you've always got my Silicon Road YouTube site as well, which is also doing that as well. So let's have a look. The time is 12:30, and we should be starting at some point. What I can show you actually, very exciting development, is I can show you the room itself. So let me just do that. One's view, allow, and with a bit of luck, so all working. We're live in actual fact, so indeed. So be careful. Anything you say may be used, may be recorded. Oh, I don't know really. It's I think everyone should sort of know. It should all be good. Looks a little bit static at the moment. Let me just try and have a look to see whether we can zoom in or something. Continue. Let's have a look. Whoa. Well, I think we've got some moves. So this is the hall where the players play. So just for all of our viewers, some of you may be English and may know this very well. Others may be from elsewhere and may not know this so well. So this is the match, the varsity chess match. It's a match between Oxford and Cambridge. Matches between Oxford and Cambridge happen every year, and in a variety of sports. And chess is one of them. And this is the 142nd Varsity chess match. It's being played at the RAC Club in London, Pall Mall, and as you can see, it's a pretty sumptuous hall. Definitely, I think, one of the most beautiful halls that these players have ever played in, and indeed, if I was ever fortunate enough to have played in this hall, I would say the same. It is absolutely beautiful. So here on the right-hand side, we've got board one, which is a pretty crucial matchup. This is Tom O'Gorman against Kobe on board too. Both very strong players, well matched. Tom, very dangerous player, plays a lot of openings, so that is always very difficult to prepare against. And I think if we just zoom a little bit over, obviously we can see a few people in the background there. This is the board 3 match. Let me have a little look who that actually is. Board 3, that is Sivakuma against Jan Peter. So they both played last year in actual fact. Ashvin scored a crucial win against Freddie Hand, if memory serves. And Jan Peter had an absolutely amazing game against Emil Povirski, which got them both a share of the best game prize, which was a little bit of a difficulty because there was only one best game prize. It was a painting, so splitting it in half proved somewhat problematic. What we've also got, just in the background there, I think that's Imogen Camp, and well, all the other players there, and a few distinguished guests walking around. But as you can see, some moves have been played, so I think we are going to switch back to that. Yes, by the way, thank you very much for all the comments about how sharp I'm looking. It's I am, of course, expecting that all the audience abides by the same dress code. So even you at home, get out of those pajamas and into black tie. It's the one time of the year where I wear black tie, so always make a big effort. So let's have a little look at the games. And we are going to start with board 1. Let me just go back to the match, and we can see what the setup actually is. We've got Oxford against Cambridge, Kobe Kalavanan against Tom O'Gorman, Freddie Hand against Emil Povirski. So Freddie is white, well-prepared player. He was black against Ashvin last time, and I felt that he was more a player who'd thrive with white pieces. But playing against Emil Povirski, a German player, very solid, very well prepared, so it's going to be a tough one. Big match here, Jan Peter against Ashvin Sivakuma. Jan has scored a lot of points for Cambridge, and he's one of their big guys, basically. So Ashvin's going to have his work cut out there. But Ashvin scored a good win last year, so should be pretty good. Now, we've got a couple of defectors, we'll call them. Daniel Gallagher was playing for Cambridge last year, but he's now at Oxford, so he's playing for the Oxford team. Definitely reinforcing them. Against Johan Williams, who I don't know very well. He wasn't playing last year. We've got Max French playing against Ranesh Nessan. So Max hasn't had the best of luck in varsity matches, but hoping to make a positive contribution this year. We've got Remy Rushbrook against Dominic Miller. Dominic played last year. Remy sounds Dutch to me, but I do wonder whether he's got Dutch parents. And then we've got Jem Gerner against Yingyan Cameron Go, and Arushi Ramaya against Imogen Camp. So, quite a nice lineup. I mean, all of these players, obviously extremely young. They're all studying at Oxford, Cambridge. All of them actually reached their strength quite young, and then what you normally see is that their sort of playing career sort of stops when it gets to Oxford and Cambridge. Sort of academic, I suppose, pursuits take over. But always adds that extra amount of tension to the match. I think we've always had thrillers. Every time I've been here, it's been a thriller. So let's hope it's going that way, and let's have a look at the opening. Now, I'm going to take the computer off there. We're going to take off the feedback, and we're just going to do it old school. Just the way that God intended, without an engine, and we'll probably use the engine from time to time. But so that's E4, C5. Just explain to the people you're following the stream. It's got a slight lag of a couple of seconds, so I do apologise for that. But that was the best way that we could present it. And then knight F3, and then black plays knight C6. This is Tom O'Gorman against Kobe Kalavanan. So this is the board 1 pairing. Oxford is white and Cambridge is black. So after D4 takes, a knight takes. We've got an open Sicilian, and lots of choices for black here. But black here, Kobe plays the very solid accelerated dragon, which is with g6. Yeah, white's got a number of choices here. We've got the possibility for a very solid plan, which is the Roxy bind, where you play the move c2 to c4. You just clamp down on black's breaks. Mainly we're talking about the breaks d5 and b5. Yeah, I mean, simply try and squeeze black positionally. That's a very common idea. However, in actual fact, Tom O'Gorman, he's quite an aggressive player, really. He's really somebody who goes for it quite a lot. He played something much more aggressive here. So we've got knight c3, and we're heading for the most aggressive lines here. Maybe a little surprised now, in actual fact, because the moves knight f6 and then bishop c4 were played. And, well, what often happens in this position, I'm pretty sure it's this position straight away. Is it in this position straight away, or do they do it to move? I'm sure they played queen a5 now in this position. The idea being that you're threatening this move knight takes e4 with the pin. So that actually means that that white has to castle kingside, and then afterwards you castle kingside. The queen's not great on a5; it's not doing a great deal there. But by forcing white to castle kingside, at least you don't have to worry about white castling queenside, and then there's a massive attack coming, and you have to defend. But Kobe's done it a different way. But I might just be misremembering my theory. Maybe it's possible to do it this way, but I'm a bit surprised. Castles. Bishop c4 played, and now castles was played. Bishop b3, just retreating the bishop, and now Kobe has played queen a5. Again, the idea is the same. You want to you're threatening knight takes c4, so you want to nudge that white king over to the king side, and then at least okay, your queen's not great on a5, but at least your king is safer. And you're sort of claiming that the standard dragon pawn structure is going to be absolutely fine for you. So Tom's having a think about it. I do wonder, yeah, I've got in my head that this is played a move later than normal, but I don't think it really matters, to be honest. I mean, or am I telling lies here? I'm just wondering about the tactics somehow, but I guess they work out for black. I mean, something like queen to d2. You could break the pin and try and stop knight takes c4, but there's all sorts of tactics. I mean, actually, there's a move. Black could play the move knight to g4 here, and simply attack the bishop on e3. That would be absolutely possible, and maybe gain the bishop pair. There's also possibly, well, if you go knight takes e4 here, the idea being that we're going to, with a series of exchanges, we're going to actually pick up a pawn in this way. That would be possible, but there's a little bit of a sneaky intermezzo. I'm sure if Natasha Regan, who's an RAC member here, she'd probably shout out intermezzo, because she just wrote a course on intermezzos, been doing very well from Chessable. So, but I think after knight takes e4, we can actually play the move. We've got a different move here. We can play a little intermezzo move, knight takes c6. And, well, we get rid of the knight on d4 is no longer attacked. So if you take the knight there, well, we can simply take the knight on e4. So that's actually a possibility as well. But I think that you could also here probably play the move knight takes d4 in this position. And if you played the move bishop takes d4, then you've probably spotted the trick already. We simply got the move. We can take on e4 as well, in actual fact, in this position as well. And then the same tricks are working after knight takes e4. We take the queen on d2 and then take the bishop on d4, and that's all working. So actually, Tom has decided to avoid any sort of complications, and he's played the solid move castles kingside in this position, which is very normal. And I guess that after the move d6, then we're going to end up with a very normal position. I think white normally will try and stop black from playing the move knight g4 and play the move h2 to h3 there. And well, this position is very well known, lots of theory on it. In principle, white's quite nice, but I think if black knows it very well, then then it could be quite okay for black. So yeah, setting up the game nicely there. Plenty of stuff to come.
Was F3 an option rather than castles?
F3, yeah. Let's have a little look at that one. So bishop b3, queen a5, f3. That is possible. I'm wondering whether d5 ideas are going to be dangerous now. In actual fact, I think this could. You've always got to watch out for this. I do have to confess the accelerated dragon. I'm not a real 1e4 player, but I play it from time to time. And what actually I always there are a number of little traps in the opening. Black can play a very quick a5 to a4 just to attack that bishop on b3, and there's always stuff with quick d5s as well. And it's a sort of opening which I play one time and then never look at because I think, well, I won't do that again. And then the next time it just sort of comes naturally. The moves sort of come naturally out of your hands. And then I get it again and I think, oh my goodness, I'm falling into the same trap again. It's happened to me 3 times in rapid games. It's really quite embarrassing. It might be that d5 is possible in this position with using these pins. I mean, if e takes d5, maybe the move knight b4. And it might be tough to defend that pawn on d5, and then afterwards, obviously, your bishop on e3 will be hanging. I'm not 100% sure, but we can come with rook to d8 as well at some stage, and I'm still a little bit unsure whether Kobe played an inaccurate move order or whether my aged GM memory has had a glitch. In general, it would be the latter, you would have thought. But this is very interesting indeed. This is a position between Freddie Hand and Emil Powirsky. So let's have a look how this came about. It's actually started off as a Nimzo Indian, and for those who just arrived, there is a tiny bit of lag on the screen there. I'm streaming it somehow, and it's not quite. Well, it's got 4 or 5 seconds delay, and then instead of playing bishop b4, Emil played the Queen's Gambit declined. So Freddie played the good old-fashioned most aggressive line, which is a system that's basically ascribed to Botvinnik, the way that this was played. He played a game against Keres in the 1940s, where he didn't quite get it right straight away. He messed around a little bit on the queen side first of all, but then afterwards he switched to a very strong central plan, and scored a very convincing victory against Keres. And then there's a few more famous games against Larsen as well in the 1950s. The Keres one was a Soviet Championship, 52. Yeah, that's right. And then I think against Larsen, something like. So that's right. 1965 was the one. And I think there's one other famous game. Actually, the Larsen game was it's had the reputation of having been incredibly good for white. Actually, Larsen played it in quite a modern manner, pushing all the queenside pawns forward, and it wasn't half as bad as you thought. But somehow the impression of that game, it made such an impression on everyone pre-computer age that everyone basically said, that's the way that you play it. You see that a lot, actually, with I as a professional still in the pre-computer age in the late 80s and early 90s. I recognize that feeling of a game makes an emotional impression on you, and then you just sort of extrapolate that the whole line is good. And that's actually what the engines have refuted all over the place. Simply,
There's a lot that work exchange as well, which is quite interesting, which is similar to the Marshall, I think the Marshall Rubinstein exchanges.
oh,
In the exchange version. And there was also a Nimzovich Spielman game from Bad Kissing in 1928, where Nimzovich passed the Queen side and Ruben Spielman was part of the Queen side.
Nimzovich Spielman. I don't know that one actually.
Bad Kissing in 1928.
I'll have to have a look at that one. I can't. I don't know that one at all. But let's have a look. So there've a lot of modern ways of playing this line, and obviously.
My opponent's always equalised the leader, I think. He's been win by force, blah, 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 so I played it, and then
It's
5 seconds later, it completely equalised.
I mean, I've scored quite heavily with white in these lines, but I mean, in principle, it's doing quite well theoretically. The funny thing is that when you look at how it's played in the modern way, basically everything that we said, well, you certainly shouldn't do that, is what they're actually doing. And actually, this move h6, that was a very much a well, you should absolutely never do that. The point was that h6 does make the g6 square a little bit sensitive. So you can imagine that if white ever manages to post a knight on e5 later in the future, then black will be unable to chase it away with the move f7 to f6, because the knight can hop into g6. So that was why you always said keep the pawn on h7 so that you don't weaken the kingside light squares. And this was real orthodoxy. This was if you're a grandmaster, you knew it. If you saw somebody play h6 and they were a total amateur, and but then all the engines say, yeah, h6 is fine, by the way. Kramnik is playing it, and you suddenly realize that all of your thoughts, everything that you built up to show you were a strong player, has to be rethought all over again. It's actually, this is one of the values of teaching I've always found, because I always found that when I was teaching, when I was giving any lessons to anyone, this was the sort of thing where I said, and of course you don't want to play h6. And then as I was saying it, I was thinking, oh, but why actually? Well, is it so clear? It's teaching can be very valuable from that point of view. So what have we got here? We've got bishop h4, bishop e7. We're going to have the move bishop d3 coming in. And the key point is in these lines that white doesn't put the knight on f3. The knight goes to e2. And what's the point of putting the knight on e2? Well, you're actually going to play the move f3 and e4. That's the idea. You're going to break in the center and set up a double pawn center like that. When it works, it's brilliantly dangerous. The only slight problem with the line in general is that the dark squares are a little weak. The e3 square for white is a little bit sensitive. And when you do play the move e3 to e4 as well, the d4 pawn becomes a little bit weak. And black gets all sorts of possibilities to attack it with c5 and all that. In practice, I think it's one of those positions that should be absolutely fine for black, but are actually quite difficult to handle. One of the great experts on this was the Dutch player, in my day anyway, the Dutch player Paul van der Sterren. He wrote that this was a line that he always had difficulties about in the 90s, and he played it very well. He played a candidates world championship match against Gatakamsky and defended it pretty well, but still, it was always a problem. By the way, just talking about Paul van der Sterren, he wrote an autobiography of his career in Dutch, actually, back 2010, I think. It's recently been translated into English. It's called Black and White. Basically, it's a story of a player who was strong. He was 25-50, for most of his career. And then he had an outstanding couple of years where all of his qualities came to the fore. And he qualified from the Biel candidates, which in 1993, which was a monster event. Just so many strong players, and he kept them all at bay. And then he lost a match to Gatakamsky for the candidates quarterfinals, but a very close match against Gatakamsky, who was really, maybe the world number 2 or 3 at the time. And but he writes. He's written a book, and I consider it to be the finest chess book that I've ever written, that I've ever read. Simply the breadth of insight that he has into what it's like to struggle. You know, the strange things in chess, where some things give you enthusiasms that you don't expect, winning against somebody in an unimportant club game, whereas a huge victory over a player is only drenched in stress and sweat and not as much pleasure. And you know, explains the ups and downs of his careers, explains very well how he doesn't really understand why they came at certain moments. You know, he's got some sort of explanation for them, and all done with a lovely sense of humor. And yeah, it's you know, if you wanted to know what chess was like in the pre-computer age, you know, then that is the best book I've ever read. It even reminded me of a certain, you know, pieces of real literature, you could say, that you know, that deal with the themes of improvement, of disappointment, of a life spent doing something you love, and a life spent. And this is really weird for people who have only grown up in the computer age, a life spent in perpetual uncertainty. Because, you know, in the good old days, we could have a game and it would be complicated, and we wouldn't know at all, you know, what the result should have been, and we could analyze it for 2 weeks by ourselves and not be a step further to really understanding it. And you were living your life in that uncertainty. Whereas nowadays, you know, you put Stockfish onto it, and within 5 seconds, you've got this, you know, you've got at least some knowledge of where you blundered the piece and what you could have done. And it's such a different approach. Actually, I'm very grateful that I played in the pre-computer age, because it's a completely different, feeling to being in the computer age as well. Both are interesting. Both are great. I mean, the computer age is just revolutionary in terms of broadening our understanding of chess. Oh.
If you remember the 1981 World Championship in Korchnoi in Murano, it was Korchnoi won game 6, I think it was his first win, and very complicated game. I think it was low from low game or something, and I participated in a German language book about the event, and I was asked to annotate a couple of games, and they gave this one to Robert Hubner to annotate, and Hubner was notoriously meticulous.
Indeed, I have his book of annotated games. Robert Hubner, German player, yeah.
And the crisis was reached, and Hubner donated 19 pages of analysis for this one position.
Yeah.
And if you look at the computer afterwards, guess what he missed? The best first move.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. It's
He didn't even find the right 19 pages of close analysis.
Yeah.
Didn't even get the first move.
Yeah, I mean, the English master Bogdan Lalic once did a post in slightly excitable fashion, as this is wont, but the way he said he'd checked, it's one of Robert's books, I think it's 40 annotated games or something, and he checked it all with a computer, and he just found, you know, there are so many variations simply, and he said he'd found so many mistakes, you know, it's incredible, terrible, you know, terrible. But yeah, I mean, but it really does show. It shows that. I mean, you've always got to balance it somehow. That the moves that we find are often very, very interesting and very good, but they're very often not the best. I mean, it's always in terms of accuracy that humans are losing it against engines. You know, it's just the occasional peak of accuracy, and then. But yeah, and. Do you feature? Oh, you do?
Yes, I played him once in the Lloyd's Masters of 1981, which I won the tournament.
Ah, okay.
And near the end of the tournament, I played Paul.
Ah.
And I launched an attack based on F3 and E4, much like this. Got it completely wrong, and reached a position where I was a rook down, and no compensation whatsoever. But he was in terrible time trouble.
Oh.
And he accidentally repeated the position.
Ah, okay.
So I got a draw when I was a rook down with absolutely nothing.
Now it's
with the tournament.
It's
surprised he published the game. I would have kept very quiet about it. In fact, I really draw people's attention to it. Don't put it there. Medical.
It's yeah, no, it's the funny thing was actually that I played Paul 3 times, and he was talking about actually how he talked about another tournament he was qualifying from, a zonal in 1995 in Linares, and well, we were both going for qualification. I played in with white. I played not well, but Paul was very strong. He played very well, so you know, he sort of outmatched me, and he won. But in his text, he sort of says, yeah, on the way, I beat Renee, and then I beat Sadler. And I just sort of thought, you know, that one line there, for me, that was the world. That was an absolute drama, because it ruined my chance of qualifying for the, you know, for the candidates in 95, which would have been absolutely huge for me. But yeah, it was quite funny, really, to see, you know, the different perspectives. For me, that was the world, that was huge, and but for Paul, yeah, you know, it was just part of the grind on the way to that. It was very funny. It was. I got a lovely note from Paul after he read the book review, which was nice too. He's a really great guy. As I said, I can if you're going to read one chess book, then do read that. It's absolutely wonderful. So going back to the position, sorry, very long digression there. What has Black done? Well, Black offered the exchange of bishops with this move, knight to e8. In the good old days, you always used to play knight h5, but knight e8 played. It's not a bad move at all, because where is this knight coming? Well, actually, we've got a Keith Arkle knight. That's what I always call knights that are on d3 or d6 in this sort of structure. Because he always claimed that this was an excellent post for the knight. So you know, the knight aims for a couple of nice outposts, c4, and also e4 as well. So you know, quite a good little piece there.
Just going back half a step to what you were saying before, Matt, it's very interesting that h6 is supposed to weaken the g6 square, and therefore, you know, it's exposed to knight e5 by white, and that's how white is going to prove that h6 is a weak square, and then white probably puts the knight.
I thought you were going to say that. Yeah, it's true.
It's contradictory, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's completely, and it's actually one of the things. I think that's why Black players came up with the idea of going h6. Simply that these moves, the systems with knight f3 are just not thought to be very dangerous, particularly anymore. And when the knight comes to e5, you just play knight d7 and exchange it. So Black players thought, oh well, you know, in that case, I'll get that extra move h6 in, get my h7 pawn out of attack, and then I can do lots of extra things. But I think it's more, you know, again, it's one of those things that you find a lot in chess. You also find it, I think, in business as well. You can think of lots of parallels of it, but where something, an idea gets so rooted as an orthodoxy that it sort of inhibits, you know, just normal thinking about the position. If you looked at the position normally, you know, you'd sort of reason it out in a few minutes. But you know, it's so the orthodoxy is so strong that, and of course, you know, when people are teaching, you know, weaker players, the weaker player wants to be the stronger player. So he says, okay, well, that's a good rule. I can learn, I can remember, so we'll repeat it. And there's so many things like that about chess, you know, and but you see it in business as well. The thing that cannot be done. Simply, which turns out to be the best thing in this situation, and the thing that's perfectly possible to be done is just that you know, 10 years ago somebody didn't feel like it, you know, and you hear this a lot in companies when you come to them, especially as external consultants. You sort of you know, that's often part of the thing that you tend up sort of you know, querying first of all that well, this looks very sensible, it's what everyone else is doing, you know, why can't it be done here?
So white's going to win out like g2, e2's, you know, matter of seconds, but h6 must be right.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. H6 is, and what h6 does, it's, yeah. I mean, actually, I can show you. I mean, what actually, I really became aware of this during the Alpha Zero Stockfish 8 matches. Actually, Stockfish 8 was playing this as white, Alpha Zero was black. But actually, Kramnik had been doing this for a little while already. The thing is, with not very much success, he'd lost quite a few games. So, you know, that's why the idea didn't occur. But the point was that, well, when you exchange off the knights, Alpha Zero was doing it with knight h5, but it doesn't really matter. But after bishop e7, queen takes e7, we'll just let the screen on live just catch up there. Well, you can see that it's actually a little bit more tricky to play f3 and e4 because the e3 pawn is attacked. And actually, playing knight h5, AlphaZero was playing rook e8 as well. So basically, that white plan of f3 and e4 was stopped just by this plan of playing h6 and playing knight h5 and swapping off the bishops and all of that. And playing h6 was useful because you didn't get hit with a queen c2 with a battery against h7. But yeah, I mean, if you explain this, to me, then if you showed this to me in the 1990s, I'd say, probably quite weak players. These don't understand the opening, and now I've just had to have therapy in order to unlearn all that I knew. So yeah, knight d6 played, very nice knight. Well, white's just playing very solidly and sensibly here. Queen c2. Rook e8, castles, bishop f8 from Emil. So I'll just all the time I'm always pausing just a few seconds just to let the board here live catch up. And yeah, I mean, white's got to decide what to do. I mean, obviously black's got some pressure against e3. So Jan actually decided to go. Freddie decided to go for the good old-fashioned plan. Normally played with a knight on f3, but completely possible with a knight on e2. He played the move b4, and now we're going to go b5 and play the good old minority attack. The minority attack featured heavily in Plug Chess for Life, where we looked at the games of Keith Arkle, who's played this all his life, this structure. The idea is that, well, essentially we try and exchange off white's B and A pawns for black's B and A pawns, and then just leave black with pawns on C6 and D5. And yeah, those pawns are naturally quite weak to attack. Now, Emil played something very, 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 very interesting here. There's a long time ago. That also went into a very old book of mine on the Queen's Gambit Declined. But many years ago, I've said this story many times, but well, I'm getting to the age now where I keep on repeating myself. It's I had a training session with the great Russian coach, sadly departed, Mark Doretsky. And he explained, he said, "Do you know anything about this minority attack?" And I said, "What? A little bit." He said, "No, you don't." Right. So, he said, "Let me explain." And then in 5 minutes, he just gave this incredible overview of all the different plans. You can b4, black can play a6 to stop b5, or he can wait and play a5 later. He can play a5 takes b4. He can play for b5. He can do this. He can do that. And just in 5 minutes, naming all the key games. And that was it. And after that, I just felt, well, there we are. I understand, one of the major structures. I understand it now. And that was actually, I just put it one-on-one in my book on the Queen's Gambit Declined. And is people, have often said that, wow, the really good bit about the book is that. And yeah, that's not mine. That's Mark's. But he was, just amazing, this guy for this sort of stuff. But there are a lot of ways of playing this. One of the ways that that I've always been most keen on, actually, is to meet the move b5 with the move c5. And then after, white will take with c5, and then imagine we've got a rook. We'll take with a rook on c5. Why is that a nice structure? Well, the point is that pawn on b, or that b pawn that white's got is on b5, has gone too far forward. There's a weakness on the c4 square, which can't be covered by a pawn. The knight on c3 is not covered by the pawn on b2, and black's got an excellent outpost on c4 for the knight. And black's got an isolated d pawn, but it doesn't really matter. That's one of my favorite plans, and yeah, there's a lot of classic games in that as well. Actually, in this position, with Emil having played this interesting maneuver, knight to d6, yeah, the d5 pawn is very, very weak. So actually, that's restricting that plan. You're not able to do that. But what Emil has done is something quite specific here. He's played the move knight d7, and after b5. He has played the move knight b6. And what he's aiming for is the c4 square. in this way. Yeah, that's very, very interesting. The interesting thing always is, what you could do in these positions is include a6, and then white plays a4, and then you do the same plan. But then you manage to exchange off the a and b pawns. But here, Emil's decided that he wants to keep the a pawns, which is a slightly unusual decision, but not stupid at all in this position, I think, because the knight, after a move like b takes c6, b takes c6, as you can see, the knight is on an open file, which could be attacked by a rook. So having the pawn on a7 to anchor it is actually quite a good idea. And yeah, I mean, these knights are aiming for to come into c4. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about the decision, but it's a challenging one. It's an interesting one. So from that point of view, I do thoroughly approve of stuff. But yeah, it's going to be a very interesting game there. Now, has b5, b takes c6 actually been played? I'm not 100% sure. We'll have a look. Let's go to some more games. I am rather going on about the games to start with, but yeah, just interesting. Ooh, well. Somebody's decided that an ending is what they're happy to play. Quite surprised, actually, I have to say. Well. Queen's Gambit accepted. That's how the opening came out. So actually, this is actually the same opening that Ashvin had against Jan Peter, against Freddie Hand last year. And I thought actually that Ashvin played the white side of the Queen's Gambit accepted extremely well. It was not the first opening I would have recommended to Jan to do, in actual fact. And Jan, I don't think he's a Queen's Gambit accepted player. Against Max French a couple of years ago, he played the Budapest, which is somewhat of a different animal to the Queen's Gambit accepted. So that's quite interesting. And I'm also quite intrigued. I thought that Ashvin last year played the move Queen e2, and then afterwards played the move d takes c5 afterwards. Here he went castles, a6, and now he's played d takes c5 and offering the exchange of queens. And now, interestingly enough, Jan didn't exchange off the queens, but played the move bishop takes c5. And this is a very, it's a nice little psychological moment here. And Ashvin seems to be thinking for a very long time. Sorry. Wow. Oh. So we're getting newsflashes on games that have. Okay, wait a minute. Let me just try and get back to where we were before. Yeah, bishop takes c5, very nice psychological thing, because you're sort of saying to white, well, do you want to exchange off queens or not? And yeah, I don't know. I would expect, to be honest, that Ashvin would play queen e2. That's I think it's a line that he knows very well, and it's a perfectly decent line. In general, it's not thought, I mean, in principle, these queen exchange lines are equal, but taking with the king on d8 in my day, pre-computer age, used to be thought, well, there was a lot of debate about it. It used to be thought, first of all, that it was good to keep the king in the center for an endgame. But then they realized that, well, even though it was an endgame, the queens were off. There were quite a few dangerous things happening on the dark squares. What they came up with, in actual fact, I probably need to demonstrate this really, is I'm just going to play lots of moves quickly, and you'll sort of see what happens. Wait a minute. Sorry, bishop e2. The audience is just hearing clicking and just catching up a little bit, but I'll just explain what's been going on here. So what the white players discovered was that the dark squares are actually quite vulnerable for black, and this dark squared bishop is kind of key. And on c5, it looked to be reasonably safe, but you can actually harass it with the knights, and there's various ways of doing it, particularly Kramnik. and also Bereev were horrific in terms of coming up with creative ways of harassing the black dark squared bishop. And the key problem is that here you're attacking the bishop on d6. When it retreats to c7, we play b3, and the bishop comes out to a3 check. And yeah, then you realize that your king in the center is actually a very, very bad piece indeed, you know, and you would actually rather have it castled, you know, in safety. And there was a very famous game actually played in the Spassky-Fischer rematch in 1992 in Yugoslavia, where Spassky did just this. You know, Fischer was always putting his king in the center, and at some stage Spassky sacked the exchange and got a check along this diagonal, and yeah, a lot of problems for black. So since then, people have basically thought that that castling kingside is safer. So from that point of view, yeah, queen takes d8 would be quite interesting. But I don't know. The thing is, you know, you've got to know this stuff really, because it's not stuff that you're not gonna think up all these knight maneuvers just at the board. You've got to really know them. And I don't know. Yeah, looking at the time that Ashwin has spent here, I would guess probably not that much time. He doesn't maybe know them that much, or he's trying to decide, you know, what would. You know, whether he wants to keep the queens on. Interesting. I'm a bit surprised that with Jan Peter playing the Queen's Gambit accepted such a quiet line, because yeah, he's been a big hitter for his team in previous varsity matches. So yeah, but okay, that's going to be interesting to see how that develops. Daniel Gallagher. So Johan Williams against Daniel Gallagher. So yeah, Daniel, very nice attacking player, always playing very aggressively. Let's just play through the moves here. We got a King's Indian with G3. Really, one of the main reasons that might put you off playing the King's Indian as black, and exceedingly dull. Got moves. Keep on getting games popping up here somehow. Whoa! Somehow I wonder whether isn't there a way to get to the games, get back to the event? That's maybe easier. There we are. Let me do that. Demonstrating my lack of chess.com skills, unfortunately. Yeah. So the G3 King's Indian, very, very solid system for white. Big favourite of Sami Resevsky back in the day. And there've been some players, you know, who favoured it a lot. Keith Arkle actually played it a lot. He must have had hundreds. Well, hundreds is saying too much, but I'd say easily 100 games against the other English Grandmaster Mark Hebden in this variation. There was always one particular PSAC line that Mark played, and they must have played 30 or 40 games in that line. Yeah, there's also a very good course by Boris Avruk on the G3 King's Indian, part of his D4 repertoire, which it makes life really really tricky for black to get any sort of play really. But okay, that's just life. Everyone has their opening. French players have the exchange French, and Slav players have the exchange Slav. So King's Indian players have the G3 King's Indian. So castles A6, Rook B1, Rook B8, A3. This is quite a sharp way of playing. I mean, often white plays B3 and Bishop B2 and tries to hold the C4 pawn. I'm going to look to Terry Chapman, who's in the audience, who plays this as white and knows a lot more about it than me. Have you seen this plan A3 very quickly? Have you seen this somehow?
I've seen the B4 idea.
Okay.
And then treat the pawn on B5 as a weakness.
Okay.
But I have other preferences with white.
Okay, you're good. Okay. 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 Yeah, it's so we're going to see how it goes. So well, Daniel plays the very natural B5 here, and white plays B4. I've got it in my head that rook takes B4 has been played a lot, but I might be wrong. It's a problem with being old. Your memory sort of goes. But A takes B4, knight C4 played, and now white is thinking. So yeah, the sameish player in me sort of thinks that, my goodness, isn't this going to be really good for white somehow? Well, if you were in the playing in the sameish variation of the King's Indian, you'd play a move like here on bishop e3, and the idea would be that you're going to put the bishop on d4, neutralize this guy, and then you're just going to end up pushing this pawn, and then eventually this one will fall, and you'll crush black completely. But that might not be as clear as I'm saying, because I think that black can throw in the move bishop f5 after bishop e3. And if you're going to play, well, the problem is your rook's trying to defend the b pawn, and if you move to a1 or c1, then that's rather well, you just lose the b pawn. And after rook b2, we've just got a little tactic. We've just got something like knight takes d5, I guess. So that might be a reason why this is not as bad as I'm thinking. Again, I have to say that this thinking, this idea about the structure, it's also based on sort of 1990s thinking. B5 now is a possibility. So what are we going to do here with black? So many possibilities, so little time. I do have my feeling. Knight d7 feels like quite a decent idea to come around to c5. I would also say, well, maybe, I mean, some queen a5s at some moment as well are going to be irritating. Not immediately, probably because of bishop d2, but I mean, knight d7. Well, okay, queen a5, not now, but that's a possible idea. I don't know whether you could play to even attack that pawn on b5. Normally very polite and well behaved on these things, but I'm not sure. Maybe even knight e8 could be a possibility coming around to c7. But let's have a look at knight d7. That's my blitz move. So let's do that. What is white going to play here? Bishop b2. Bishop d2 I would expect, because it feels more logical to, but then we're going to play maybe the move knight c5 in this position, and we're going to try and irritate you with knight b3, and then also have some bishop f5s and some bishop d7s. Rook b4. I'm feeling nervous for you, Ray. But not clear. Maybe. I mean, I could just play a move like bishop d7 here, and I'm a bit worried. I mean, stuff like queen a5 is coming in. These are the types of positions in which I lose control completely in rapid games. They just end up being too complicated. I quite like black, actually, I have to say. Actually, I'm starting to like black after knight takes c4, b takes c4, unless white can find some good way of playing. I mean, I don't know whether I should play. I don't really want. I mean, I'd love to get that bishop onto d4. I mean, that's my entire dream. And I'll probably lose my life trying to achieve that goal. I don't know whether I could just play it more quietly and start with. I mean, e4, bishop e3 to d4 is also nervous, but I'm a bit nervous about giving away d3 so early. I'd like to play a sort of a plan where either black forces me, plays bishop f5, forces me to play e4 and loses a tempo, or basically I wait for as long as possible so black isn't in time to do anything with it. So a move like queen c2 is maybe quite interesting. Or at least it's reasonable. But I mean, you could think of many things for black. Obviously, being in the computer age here, h5 suggests itself instantly, just to play h4, and it really waiting to see what white's going to play. I mean, you know, if you play a move like bishop e3, I can always play knight g4. So it's not really you're not getting that plan to d4 very quickly. Maybe I would be looking to play rook d1 and then bishop e3 to d4. But I have to say, I'm feeling like I'm feeling a bit like Botvinnik in the sense that I'm feeling like like very, very old. And the key point is, I mean, I'm going to have to play e4 to before I play bishop e3 to d4 anyway, because bishop f5 is coming in. Maybe queen c2 is not the best move, but no, I don't know. I think probably I'm starting to think that knight takes c4 is not the glorious idea I thought it was. I mean, you could play the move knight b3. That would be another possibility. I mean, we're trying to get into d4 and then into c6 and attack b5. I'm a tiny bit nervous about this. This is actually, you know, I said that the G3 King's Indian is one of those openings that puts you off playing the King's Indian. So you might reasonably ask, well, Matthew, why did you never play it yourself? And well, simply, I just don't like my bishop on G2. I mean, it should be there, should be pointing towards the king. It shouldn't be pointing towards some insignificant target on the queen side. And yeah, I mean, I simply don't handle these types of positions well at all. I've played a few games with the G3 King's Indian, but handled them very, very poorly. So it is quite weird, actually. You know that you do realise that that you often handle openings in the same way, and you let somebody who normally puts their bishop on an attacking diagonal play the G3 King's Indian. You just find that player will handle it exactly the same way, only somewhere he'll come up short because he's lacking a bishop to attack somehow. So yeah, but knight b3 might not be so stupid. I mean, I'm threatening. I want to go knight d4, attack d7. So what could we do there? Do we have any interesting tactics? I mean, there are moves like bishop f5 and bishop g4, just to try and create some weaknesses in White's position, which is not, yeah, which also here has some sort of point, right? I mean, I'll just put the moves on quickly: bishop f5, e4, bishop g4, and then back to d7. So. I'm trying to get the golden means between playing the moves so quickly that people can't follow them online and also making them come up a bit quicker on this screen. But the point would be there that if you go knight d4, then I go queen b6. And, well, I've covered the square on c6. I'm also threatening knight takes c4 as well. So that might be an interesting little idea. And, of course, what you could also... You've also got an idea later with black then of playing the move e6. That might be quite a decent idea. I mean, probably White would have to start thinking about a move like king h1, maybe. We're starting to get, again, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I always feel like Black's got plenty of tricks. I mean, moves like knight g4 are quite interesting. Aiming for the e3 square, discovering the attack on the c3 knight. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting, but yeah, I quite like Black's position here. I think Black will be happy with the attacking chances that he's going to get here, and yeah, for G3 King's Indian, this is pretty solid. All right, let's keep on moving through because we've got Max French against Ranesh Ratnesan. So this, again, wow, was there some sort of group preparation here, you wonder? Bishop e7, but so we got, it's the same line as in the Emil Poversky game, the Freddie Hand Emil Poversky game. But here Black plays it, well, actually plays it, I'd say alpha 0, but I think that that this was the recipe recommended by a very good Greek theoretician called I'm going to pronounce his name wrong, Nikolaos Ntielis, and he recommended playing these sort of ideas very quickly. So quick h6 again, of course, and then a very quick exchange of the bishops, and again you're stopping this plan. F3 and E4 that way. And, well, actually, there's even an extra point to it. I think I've had this game against, I've had this line against another player who's played in the RAC, Connor Murphy. Connor, it's Connor, but I'm sure it's Connor Murphy. Oh, I'm terribly sorry if I'm getting your name wrong. No, the point was that yeah, I was I was better, and then I was much worse. I should have been losing, and then I won in the end. So it's terrible as well if I don't even get my opponent's name right under those circumstances. But yeah, very sensible way of playing. And actually what Max allowed after knight f3 was this little idea, knight f4. One of the benefits of castling, well, playing this bishop exchange very early. Now, I would be tempted, to be honest, to play bishop f1 here as white, and yeah, this knight is going to retreat in the end. It gets back to a pretty nice square on e6, but I don't give up my bishops that easily. But Max played castles, takes, and castles. So he just gave up that light squared bishop. Yeah, I mean, in some ways, you know, it's a bad bishop for black. You could say it's on the same color as those light squares. On the other hand, yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's plenty of light squares in white's position somehow. You know, e4, d3, c4. You've got bishop g4 ideas. Wouldn't be totally happy about it. But actually, black's done something quite radical. I wonder whether black was a Stonewall Dutch player here. He played the move f5 in this position. Yeah, interesting. I don't know whether it was really necessary somehow. But on the other hand, you know, white might have played a move like e3 to e4 and try to get some activity that way. So rook fe1 and f5 is really just clamping down on that. The key thing is, of course, it's blocking in that light square bishop even more. Also giving some sort of, you know, weak square on e5. It's giving you know, white a reasonable number of fairly easy plans to play. But okay, we're going to see how it works out. Exactly what black's got in mind. Rook c1 and then queen d6 was played. I do wonder actually whether black's going to play what would be a very reasonable plan, and that's going to be to play the moves b6 and a5, and then play the bishop either out to b7 or to a6. In actual fact, under those circumstances, we're into pretty much a system of the Stonewall Dutch that I've actually played with black, and it's yeah, it's quite reasonable. So it's a weird way of getting into stuff, but that might be I would say that would be quite a decent plan. Another idea that black will normally play as well is the move g5, and yeah, you're going to be throwing in a move like g4 quite soon, clamping down on that, keeping a white knight away from e5. If you're going to be a positional genius, then you would recommend again that white establish an arkle knight and try and play the move knight e2, f4 to d3. You're going to catch up when all the arrows hit you there. You're going to be absolutely amazed. There we are, knight d3, and then come into the e5 square. But that's why a move like g5 is very useful. It covers f4 first of all, and then when you play g4, you get rid of the knight on f3. So white never manages to get the e5 square. It's a very typical line in the Stonewall Dutch. So yeah, actually, that could be quite yeah. I mean, that could be quite reasonable. And I mean, normally you don't have time for this as black because you know, white gets some sort of minority attacking quickly. But I don't think that white's minority attack is steaming here at the moment, and yeah, with rooks on e1 and c1, it's not really happening. So yeah, probably black's very reasonable with that sort of plan. And yeah, these positions, I played quite a few of them myself. I enjoy playing them as black always. So also, if you want to see an expert in this sort of structure, Artur Yusupov, great Russian, now German player, played these to perfection. He was I think I explained it. Oh yeah, no, it was. I explained. I did a section on this in one of my books again. Sorry for all the plugs. It's just that as you get older, just your entire memory is bound up in the books that you've written. But where I sort of explained that I took up this structure and this system just based on the games of Botvinnik. One game in particular against the great Hungarian player Laszlo Szabo, which I thought was a lovely model game. And also a couple of games as well of Yusupov as well. Oh, sorry, we saw the Matthew Carr, the arbiter, coming up, but he's circling something.
Just giving you the information Oxford London
Oxford won the toss.
Oxford won the toss.
What
That's
was
right.
the result?
That's 1956, I think. So Szabo against Botvinnik.
Zabo was white.
Szabo was white. Yeah,
Well, that was the one that got saved and dreadfully bad, isn't it?
that's the one. Yeah, he's very proud of that one. Yeah, yeah. It's in his book of best games where he saves this. Yeah, but he was actually winning in actual fact. It's actually if you're interested, then it's analysed in enormous detail in re-engineering the chess classics. It's one of the books that Steve Giddens and I one of the games that Steve Giddens and I looked at in that book. And yeah, there's a lot of very interesting stuff. But for me, at the time back at 2010, I barely did any analysis of it. Just every single thing that Botvinnik did, looked right. And yeah, as always, the engines point out some inaccuracies or some beautiful extra plans and all that, but the basic core was excellent, and I mean that got me very good wins against very strong players. So yeah. Now after knight a4, I'm expecting b6 now, which I think works beautifully. So yeah, no, I like Black's position. The one thing I was actually wondering about, just to display my the sheer power of my grandmasterly insight, is I was actually wondering whether the move knight b1 was interesting, just with the idea of playing queen a3, because if Black's going to try and play b6 somehow, playing queen a3, forcing the queen away from f6 is quite nice. We could sort of bring the knight round to d2. Not sure. It's quite a common idea. You see it in the Stonewall Dutch, where White swaps off bishops, dark square bishops, and then plays the move queen c1 to a3 to swap off queens. Just why it occurred to me there, but would also have been interesting. But okay, anyway, knight a4 played. So this
b6 is 95. Anything to worry about?
Oh, that could be interesting. But I think we probably just chop it off and maybe play a move like queen e6 or something like that. I mean, even queen e5 actually, and bishop d7 will hit you, I think, come to think of it. Queen e5, rook c6, bishop d7. Coming up on the board soon there. Bishop d7. And yeah, that'll also hit you as well. So many ways, but no, it's definitely an idea. But I don't. Yeah, I mean, White's played fine, but I just don't like his pieces. I think already as Black, I'd be sort of thinking, oh, come out well from the opening. I think I've got, I'm happy. Put it that way. Remy Rushbrook against Ranesh Ratnesan. Now, I mentioned before, Remy, that's such a Dutch name. I do wonder whether he's got Dutch parents. Don't know Remy at all. So he's playing against Dominic Miller, who played in this match last year. Had, I think he was one. I think he had the fairly short draw. I think so in that match. That's a terrible thing to remember, but yeah, all the other games were so out there somehow that yeah, you just remember the one that wasn't really. Sort of an offbeat opening. This is yeah, double fianchetto, and after bishop b2 c5, we get d4, and this is something like a reversed Grunfeld in actual fact. So. Yeah, these are the sort of systems that are played, a lot in modern times. You just try and, for example, find a Black system with an extra tempo and sort of hope that it all works. Black reacted with c takes d4. I have the weirdest feeling that I've analysed this with Black a long time ago, and I think that I think that e5 was actually a good move. There were lots of tactics and lots of pins, if I remember right. I can't remember the exact variations, but that's what I've got in my head. But I think that explains why White played the move knight bd2. So just waiting there, and the idea is you want Black to commit the knight to c6. Because then when you take on d4 and your knight gets attacked, you can take on c6 afterwards. taking on d4 before there's a knight on c6. After e5, your knight's just got to move away. So I think that's what White was aiming for. But Black sort of, there's a little shadow boxing going on, because Black played the move rook to e8. And again, the idea is that if I take on d4 with the knight, then I play e5, and there's no knight c6, so your knight has to retreat. And that's actually a very good position for Black. So, yeah, actually, I think Black's handled this opening very, very well, I have to say. I think that's going quite well. So some more moves were played, where White really does end up now with the Black side of the position. So it's the sort of thing where you say, yeah, you know, Oxford doesn't have 4 whites. They've got 3 whites and 5 blacks, really. But yeah, I mean, this is a very, unusual, interesting position. Yeah, I don't know whether the choice of this opening played a role against Dominic. I seem to remember from the preparation I did against Dominic from last year that Dominic's a pretty well booked opponent. He really he knew a lot of openings, knew a lot of stuff. So maybe something a little bit offbeat like this is a choice against him to try and get him off known territory that he knows very well. It's always interesting actually to talk to players, because I did these big previews of the Varsity match last year. I didn't do them this year because I actually thought on retrospect maybe it just wasn't particularly friendly to go through all this, because after all, these are young players, they're not professionals. There's enough pressure on a Varsity match, and then you've got the Grandmaster sort of popping in and saying, "Oh, look at this is interesting," and all of that. It was done from full enthusiasm and enjoy at the event. But I sort of thought, probably one-off is best somehow. So that's why I didn't do it. But it was funny to see, because I mentioned that Dominic was very well booked and really seemed to know his openings well. But when I talked to him, he said, "Oh, I don't really feel I know my openings well at all." It's always the same somehow, that the players are often very nervous, very diffident about the level of their theoretical preparation. Whereas when you look at it from outside, you say, "Oh, you can really see he knows some stuff like that." And it's always it links in made me laugh, because it always links into to one of my ultimate convictions, that the key point of preparing very much for an opponent is that you somehow you influence life, God, the cosmos, so that the opponent doesn't play the line you're preparing against. Because I remember against the times where I've had the best results for my preparation are where I haven't had it. It's where the opponent has said, "Ooh, somehow I must have turned up with bloodshot eyes and the look of somebody who'd memorized stuff all through the night," and the opponent said, "Oh, well, I'll play something else then," and then that turned out to be an absolute disaster. So I remember I prepared against Ivan Sokolov for a crucial 4 NCL match, and Ivan was playing the Grunfeld at that time quite a lot, and I prepared a line I hadn't played before, Bishop f4. I played it a couple of times, but only in Dutch league games, so that was going to be quite a big surprise. But I must have spent probably 2 weeks before the match, going through all the variations and learning them in my head, and then in the morning, I was looking through the lines, and he said, "Do you know what? I hate this. I really hate this. I hate what I've prepared. I hate this line. It's not at all me, Bishop f4. I'm much more, it's quite a positional line where you get attacked somehow. It's not really a sort I like." I was saying, "Oh my God," and I'm going to get this. But I thought, well, I put so much effort in, I have to do it. And then he played the Benoni against me, and I just wanted to run through the hall with my t-shirt over my head, as if I'd scored a goal. It was just so good, and I absolutely crushed him. It was just just the joy that he just avoided all that stuff and just got into something that I liked perfectly well. That was my old line. It was just incredible. So I think that is a lesson somehow that well, I'm not sure what sort of a lesson it is, but anyway, it is something quite typical. It's I mean, the best season I ever had at the 4 NCL was the one where I prepared for easily a couple of weeks before every weekend and never got a single bit of my preparation, and still I got the best result I ever got. So I think it says something, but I'm just not sure what. If I knew, I'd probably be a better player. So h6, c4, e4. e4. That's quite yeah, that's quite aggressive, but why not? You could think of other moves as well. You could think of playing d4 here as well, which would I mean you're getting d3 in very, very quickly, so that wouldn't necessarily be silly. But e4 is a very natural move, just eyeing those squares somehow. C takes d5 played, knight d3. Oh, I understand how this has all happened. So, yeah, actually, black. Yeah, black's sort of forcing quite a bit of liquidation here, really. But maybe it's, I mean, maybe it's just decent as well. Actually, after all, you are going to be a few pawns up. But yeah, so I mean, the knight has come and it's being trapped. I don't think there was anything that black could have done better here.
In this position, why doesn't black take the knight on d4? And then
On e4.
no, this thing you had at the moment.
Oh, knight b2, knight f6. Yeah.
Yeah, pause.
Yeah, he took the knight on d4 in this position.
Right. No, and then black takes it on right.
Yeah.
Now in that position, take the knight on d4.
Yeah.
Pawn takes the position.
Oh yeah, sorry, you're yeah.
And then the knight goes to a5, because the knight can't survive. But on a5, it makes it so what's
That is possible. That was definitely a possibility to play this way. Absolutely, that was definitely a possibility. You are 2 pawns down though, so I guess White's saying I've got lots of rubbish pawns. Wee yeah, I don't know. I don't know really. It's yeah, I don't know. I don't know which is best.
White pawns are terrible, but you've got a lot of
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think what black did is not. That's a perfectly reasonable possibility. I definitely would have been thinking about it. Oh, good lord, my battery's running low. Oh, good lord, I've just realised it needs switching on. Haha, there we are. That's good. This one would not survive 20 minutes without mains, but this other computer. Yeah, there we are. Anyway, it's there. That's good. So yeah, what black's doing is he's playing bishop e4, and what you're going to get a position with queen and 2 rooks versus queen and 2 rooks, where white's got an extra pawn, but it's a very hard one to advance. It's really a bit of a dull position, really. In all fairness. Oh, of course, the h6 pawn was hanging. Sorry, I hadn't noticed that one. Rook takes d4. So yeah, white is a pawn up. I would, well, the king is weak. Interesting, actually. Well, when you look at this result, you're sort of saying, I was sort of assuming, I've been a bit caught by surprise, to be honest, because I was sort of assuming when black played all this stuff earlier with e4 and then knight e5, just put that up on the board. I was assuming that black was pressing somehow, and now I seem to have got to a position where black's just a pawn down. So I'm a little bit confused as to how that's gone around. But maybe then knight d3 was actually just a bad blunder in actual fact, because it looks like white's just emerged from this with a clear extra pawn. And in principle, a position you would say that the white cannot lose, and white's only playing for one result. I mean, black's active, so it's not 100% clear. Queen's very active, rook can get to the 7th. But definitely a clear advantage for white, you know. So, very interesting. So that's definitely going, that's Oxford's way, isn't it? Let's have a look at Jem Gerner against, I should have practiced the pronunciation. Yinghan Cameron Go. Yeah, I'm just making it up as I go along. So if anyone knows how to pronounce that properly, then please do. Sorry? Oh, just calling Cameron. Well, I mean, that's just, that is absolutely brilliant there, in actual fact. Oh, wait a minute. Let me just having a look at the chat. what are they saying? Sound dropped, they're saying. Oh, no, it's me. Phew. Let's have a look. There's not an enormous amount of activity in the chat, but just good to thank people for watching. Let's have a look. So this looks like some sort of, I was going to say Catalan, but it's actually a Queen C2 Nimzo Indian. You don't see many of those anymore. And actually, you certainly don't see many of them with C5. This was the good old-fashioned line, played a lot in the old days, but really thought nowadays to be one of the few lines in the Nimzo Indian where white can have an advantage. Queen C2 D5 is strong, and castles also is very good. Basically, black's main plans are all about playing D5 and B6 and equalizing essentially. C5 is the old-fashioned move, and well, should give white some chances here. Knight A6, quite old-fashioned. Takes, knight E5. Now there's some pretty wild stuff possible in this position. Either you play B4 or you play F3, and then there's all sorts of piece sacrifices. Very famous game of Ivanchuk's from years ago. But this is actually supposed to be very good for white. I think B4 is supposed to be virtually winning for white, if I remember right. Yeah, I think there's one place where you've got to go, and I don't know which one it is, but there's one. I think you're absolutely right. I think Queen B2 is the one, and then white is virtually winning in this position. And there's also I think Nick DeFermian, American player, big Nimzo player. He also played another interesting idea, which was to play knight A4, Queen B3, and B5. It just gave up the pawn and then said, well, I've got some central pawns. When you play C takes B5, I've got my knight comes back. But it doesn't look particularly amazing. I think he only played it once, got away with it, and then put that down to luck. So yeah, what white played though, the nice thing is it looks like this has caught a gem by surprise, because white played a very quiet move, knight F3. And well, I mean, this just allows black to complete development, and yeah, I mean, black gets a pretty logical position. We're going to have a look at how it went. Castles, G3. I'm just stopping a little bit. I'm just always wondering with these lines about going knight E4 and knight G4. That's always a possibility, but I guess that's not possible now. Although. No, I don't know. Queen D4. Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, there might be some possibilities, but okay. I mean, B6 is a pretty decent move. You might even have considered the move instead of bishop A6, bishop B7, to play the move bishop A6, because then you play rook C8, and then you're going to get a lot of pressure on this C pawn. The queen's, that's always the drawback to the Queen C2 Nimzo. The queen comes to C3. And if you're going to fianchetto your bishop on G2, then C4 is lacking protection. That might have been quite interesting, actually. Actually, yeah. I'm looking at it and feeling vaguely worried as white. But okay, black didn't do that. Black played bishop B7, which is a perfectly good move, and no worries at all. But just when it's your opponent's pieces, you're free to do anything you want with them. And then black's played D5. So black's played, black's played very sensibly and solidly here. No problems with that. And in general, black should be doing quite all right here, I think. I would expect. This white queen on the C file is a little bit awkward. Black's going to just play the queen somewhere. E7. Well, maybe E8 if you're feeling sexy, and then hope for some sort of play along the C file like that. Yeah, I mean, in principle, it's okay for white, but it's the sort of position where you can really get into trouble with white if you're not careful. So, yeah, I would say that black would be, quite happy with the opening that got there. And then, sorry, Imogen just took so long to play. Now, I'm a bit confused here, actually. No. Yeah, Imogen's playing for Oxford, isn't she?
Yeah.
She is playing for Oxford this year. Yeah, okay. So I knew I was going to get confused. Wow, and we have a King's Gambit on board. That is what we like to see. So, yeah, well, Nigel Short famously remarked about the King's Gambit that the only good thing to the opening was that there's so many good things to play against it, but it's impossible to play them all at once. That was, which I think sums it up absolutely brilliantly. There are a lot of good lines. But yeah, I mean, G5 is actually a pretty decent line, but it is very, very risky. So, but I find that it's absolutely the right spirit for a varsity match. The only thing that slightly confuses me is that Imogen plays quite solid openings normally. I mean, she plays stuff like the Queen's Gambit declined against 1d4. So, yeah, playing G5 against the King's Gambit, it's it's pretty hot stuff really. But H4, G4, and now Knight E5. Yeah, many different ideas here. Knight F6 is a very common idea. I haven't seen this one though, the one that Imogen plays. Well, not the combination of the two. D6, Knight G4, and now Knight F6 is again a very common idea. Basically, if you're an engine, then you can hold it. If you're a human, then it's a little bit trickier. But here, Imogen played the move Bishop E7, which is quite sneaky. I mean, you're going after the H pawn, and I mean, in all fairness, White's position looks completely unimpressive. I mean, what are you doing with your knight on G4 here? And you've sacrificed your F pawn and your kings. But okay, it's just it's the normal chaos. So D4 was played by White. Okay, Bishop takes H4, and now Knight F2. I do feel that the only possible move you could want to play would be King D2, but it's also a very bad move. So Knight F2. Yeah, I mean, the key point is, of course, that this pawn on F4 is very weak. If this pawn on F4 disappears, then suddenly White's just got a very nice position. It's that's the magic trick that King's Gambit players pull on you, basically. But Queen G5, Queen F3, and Bishop G3. God, this is really ambitious. Yeah, I mean, Black is going to have some ideas like Bishop G4 as well, so you can knock away the Queen. The only problem is that Queen G3 is possible in those lines, followed by Bishop G5. So I'm sort of wondering. I mean, I'm just wondering why didn't play Knight C3 actually. That was what I'm wondering. And I was just thinking Knight C6, Knight E2. That was kind of. I mean, it's very crude, and it's not really what a King's Gambit player should be playing, but it might be very effective. Because if you go Bishop G4, then I just go Queen G3. And okay, you get the piece back, but I mean, White's got a clear advantage there. And yeah, what exactly are you doing? I've got quite a few different threats. I mean, you could move your knight around. I've got Queen C3 there. Yeah. I'm just ahead in the being cunning stakes there. Yeah, I mean, I suppose we could go something like Knight E7. Try and claim that that D4 is hanging, so I can't actually take the pawn on F4. That might be a good claim. I mean, I could go Knight. I mean, if I go move like C3, I mean, this is really starting to look very ugly for Black here. I mean, I just need to work out somehow how to grab this, how to exchange off queens, and then this pawn on F4 will be weak. I don't know. It's the sort of position that can go horribly wrong for Black somehow. That would be the first thing I'd be trying to make work. I mean, maybe even a move like Bishop B5, just to pin the knight, and then afterwards go after this pawn. Also possible as well. So, yeah, I'm a little bit nervy about that. But, okay, White played Bishop C4, Knight C6, C3. That's solid. Knight F6, and now King F1. Probably was maybe worried about some sort of some sort of pin, I suppose. But I mean, the point is queen g3 is still an excellent reply to knight g4 or bishop g4. So you didn't need to worry about that yet. But okay, king f1. I'm not quite sure where that white knight is going to get developed somehow. I don't really like white's development method. I guess maybe white's going to play maybe knight d3 here. That's possible.
Could go for the full news of it and play rook g1 and knight h1.
God. And then get hit with bishop h2, Ray. That's but it's possible.
Actually, that's an interesting sacrifice. Rook g1, bishop h2.
Yeah, you play g3 or something, and yeah, no, it's but I'm not super happy with this. I mean, what do I want to play here with black? To be honest with you, I do feel like playing b5.
The Brian counter gambit delayed.
Something like that. No, I mean, I just want to play bishop b7 and start hitting this guy. I don't know whether e5 would be dangerous here. Just with the idea of bishop b7, bishop takes b5 in this position.
Like both players are lost.
Well, that is a good summary, Ray. I think it's that's probably completely rubbish. But who are the lunatics? This is Arushi Ramaya against Imogen Camp. So, but they're giving us a king's gambit. I think everyone's always happy. That's always one of the cheers that goes up in engine chess tournaments whenever King's Gambit comes along. Just everyone says, "Way, King's Gambit!" But it always ends in a draw somehow. So, but what else should black be doing? Well, I mean, I'd be just looking to play bishop d7 and castle queenside, and then off we go. Or we have something. Do we maybe have something exciting that we can do that would be rather strong? I'd like to. I mean, yeah. I'll probably play the bishop back to d3, I guess. And I mean, there's all sorts of things you could think of. Knight e7 to g6, coming round to h4, even h5 to h4, just to really consolidate that guy and give yourself the possibility of bishop g4. Bishop e6. No, that's right. Yeah, that's right. I mean, in all fairness, I think that the black's doing quite well here. I don't think that white's really got the right method of development there. But bishop e6 would be quite irritating. Knight e5. Then I'm playing e5 and consolidating that f4 pawn. You could go knight h3, in all fairness, I've just realized. So if we, I'll just put that up on the board, just wait for 2 seconds for, but then we've got queen g6 afterwards, which is probably going to be, well, no, that probably is going to be very good. I think we can go, we can play the move here, queen g6 and attack e4. I think that's going to be, this really feels like, it feels like black's got all the time in the world and white hasn't done enough with development, really. I think that move knight c3 was really necessary. I mean, in general, you could say that it's a general rule in the King's Gambit that if the black queen moves away from the queen side, then knight c3 is always the one you want to play, because you want to have knight d5 or whatever.
Could you take the check and then the...
Let's have a look. Take.
Check on b5.
Oh, check on b5. That could be interesting. Wait a minute. Let me get the position up. After knight h3, you want to go queen b5. Yeah, that's also very, very. That's way better. Yeah, that's way better. Yeah, that's way better. That's just winning. No, I mean, I think we're looking. Oh, Imogen, bishop takes f2. No. Yeah, no, this is really unclear now. I mean, we're going bishop takes f4, intermezzo, as Natasha would say. Yeah, this is going to be really dangerous because if queen g6, we've got rook takes h6, I think, even. Rook, not takes h6, but rook h6. The idea being, well, I don't know whether it really works there, but we go queen, goes queen e4. I want to go bishop takes f7. The point is that obviously there is potential for embarrassment here because rook takes f6 allows queen e1 checkmate. So that is a possibility. But if we play bishop takes f7 first, then if king f7, then we've got rook takes f6 check. But you could play a move like king e7. So that's maybe. What I wanted to do was play. Well, no, actually, you've got to be a bit careful. You've got to be a bit. King e7. There's bishop d6. Maybe we should put the king on d8 or f8. F8. Put the king on f8. I'm still a bit nervous, but no, we'll put it on f8. Yeah, that would probably be quite decent. I think you'll be. Yeah, I mean, you could take on f6 and then go queen takes f2. That would probably be the best line you've got. But then I think we can play knight g4 afterwards, can't we? We can play knight g4 in that position. This is total rubbish, of course, what I'm looking at. But I mean, even if you don't play rook h6, if you do something else, you're going to be good there. So. Oh, yeah, knight d2. Knight d2 would be way better. You're right, Daniel. That's absolutely true. So, yeah, you could just play the move, for example, knight d2. That would be very strong as well. Although you've got to watch out for well, takes would be good. Or you don't even play rook h6 first. You just go knight d2. Let's just do that one here. I think. Just wait for that one to come up the board. This is probably just very, very good. I mean, you can play bishop takes d4 if you want or something, or knight takes d4 even, but it's not going to work. King's Gambit will rule once again. So, yeah, quite a crucial moment, I think. I think if white plays bishop takes f4 here, then Imogen's in real trouble, I think, because I can't see a move that's particularly good for. I'm looking for some sort of little thing really, but I don't see it. So okay, so well, here we're saying that Oxford on this board is looking quite good. So what are we sort of thinking? Well, there are a couple of boards where we thought that Oxford, that's Remy against Dominic and board 8, Arushi now against Imogen. We think that's quite good for Oxford. For the rest, it's all, yeah, it's much of a muchness. So very, very unclear. Got some very young RAC members who've just joined the stream. Welcome everyone. All right, let's go back to this is Tom O'Gorman against Kobe Kalavanen. And we have got a lot of excitement coming up, I think. Shall we have a look at how this arose? Because we left it at... oh, good Lord, yes, of course. We left it at a moment where I'd said that cast iron guarantee I'd given to the world, that black would play the move d7 to d6. And that was where we left it. And Kobe played the move b5. So have I seen this before? It rings a bell, but not a very loud one. Yeah, I mean, the idea is it's this whole system for black. It's all about pressure on the e4 and d4 squares. Obviously, if you take b5, there's some tactics taking back on the e4. I'm not going to calculate them because I'm assuming that Kobe knows all of those. But yeah, I mean, it's a very looks like a very, very weird line somehow. So Tom reacted with knight d5, and this is a very reasonable way of doing it. It's actually threatening to take on c6. So the knight on d5 is attacking the pawn on e7 there. And I'm going to go knight takes c6 and knight e7 and win the whole house. So Kobe plays the move, a very sensible move. He plays the move queen back to d8. It is fair enough. I mean, I said the queen came out to a5 earlier on just to nudge the white king over to the king side. So it had done what it had to do. So now it goes back. That's fair enough. And what's happening as well is that, well, you've protected your weakness on e7, and black is now attacking the pawn on e4. So yeah, you know, obviously we're happy with that. So white's got to do something about it. The only thing is, you know, black's development is a little bit strange. Moves have been played left and right. Yeah, I don't know. No idea whether this. I mean, if there's any justice in the world, then you would expect white to be to have something of a substantial edge, because, you know, black's wasting time. However, there is no justice in the world, and not even in chess very often. So so who knows? It's all about the actual position and what's actually happening there. So what white actually does, you know, white, the one thing that you notice about black's position is that black sort of stayed very far away, not taking any central space. So what Tom did was extremely sensible. Tom played the move f4, just gaining that king-side space and, well, asking black, how are you going to defend it? After all, we've managed to exchange off a queen's knight that was on here for a king's knight, so we got rid of that. And, well, for the rest, we're charging up and giving black the problems. So Kobe took lots and lots of pieces off. Those chopping sound effects you can hear are this happening. And, well, I guess I'm pretty sure that queen b6, swapping off the queens, is known, but is known to be bad as well. I mean, it would be a pretty unpleasant endgame to play with no chances whatsoever. I think Kobe's quite an active player. So he's actually done something very interesting here. He played the move a5 in this position. You're threatening a4, just harassing that bishop on b3. And the idea of it is that after f5, which is a very natural attacking move, and I'm definitely on board with that one, then black plays the move. Well, can maybe have a little guess at it before the move gets played out there. The move is rook a6, so you're just defending along the third rank. And it's got a number of points, this move. I mean, you're giving some support to the pawn on g6, which is attacked. You're sort of dissuading white from playing the move f6 because you've got an extra protector of it. And most excitingly of all, you're also supporting the move queen b6, swapping off queens and heading to a slightly worse endgame. No, it probably wouldn't be slightly worse in that case. So, yeah, I mean... Yeah. That's right. A4 is also a big threat now. So that explains why Tom played a4. So it's the best way to stop a4. You just hit back and gain a tempo. So black doesn't want to play the move b takes a4, really. I mean, we would play rook takes a4, and we've got an extra weakness on a5. I don't think we'd really want to do that. Or, yeah. No, I don't think so. I think you'd really want to play b4. But now Tom plays the move king h1, very natural move. And now I think it's Kobe's time here now to try and work out what he wants from life and how to achieve that. Because it's not, not necessarily so easy for black, this position. There's a lot of pressure all over the place. And, you know, you exchange off pieces, you reduce the opponent's attacking potential. On the other hand, you reduce pieces, you have a lot less you can do yourself. And black's got rid of his beautiful dark squared bishop. And, yeah, so what is black actually going to do in this position? And there's also, I mean, not immediately, but there's also, you know, there's going to be always somewhere in there, there's going to be, you know, threats of sacrifices along the f-file. So you've got to be careful, possibly with some sneaky checks, forking some stuff. You know, that's the sort of patterns that you sort of jump into your head as soon as you see this. So yeah. What are we going to do here? What are we going to do? I mean, I would probably be most keen to start trying to chase the white queen, you know, and maybe try and get some sort of some equality like that. So maybe go queen b6 in this position, just threaten to swap off the queens, because quite a natural move is to play queen e5, just which hits the pawn on e7. But then you could play, black could play, well, a couple of things, but for example, queen d6 or even queen f6, for example, would be possible. Queen d6 or queen f6, just to try and swap off some stuff. So that might be, so probably queen b6. But yeah, again, I'm just sort of thinking the white queen will probably retreat back to d2, for example. And then we've got, you know, possibilities of coming out here. I'm feeling nervous about this. I would not be happy at all. So I think that that Kobe's in some trouble here. I think with black. That's my feeling. So I'm giving you Oxford. I think wasn't it last time that somebody asked me for my prediction, and based on what I'd said, it was going to be Oxford 8, Cambridge 0, I think, and it ended as a 4-4 draw. So don't go putting all your life savings and your house on the basis of that prediction. But this has got quite interesting. This is Freddie Hand against Emil Porwierski. Let's have a look how we left it at this moment, in actual fact. So it was a minority attack there, and black has put the knights on very interesting squares here and here, aiming at this little weak square on c4 here. So, you know, it's quite interesting. You know, black's really countering white in the area where white would say, well, that's where I've got an advantage. You know, white's pushing the pawns and black saying, I'm coming in there too. So it makes for a very sharp game. So what white did, white played knight a4, probably trying to swap one of those knights, and also looking at that weak pawn, which is the key thing that white's achieved from the opening, a weak pawn not defended by any other pawns there, so just on its own, so attackable by pieces. Black played the move knight d c4, which is quite interesting, and white played the move knight c5 here, occupying. I imagine, by the way, that knight d4 was a pawn sacrifice. I guess so. After takes, I imagine that black was going to take like this, and I'm showing some with a little bit of delay. Sorry about that. I'm displaying the stream on there, and it's got about 3 seconds delay. That's why I'm often calling out moves, and then you're only seeing them a little bit later. But this would probably be quite okay for black. I can believe compensation like this. 2 bishops, nice open position. You'll probably go c5 later. You should be all right. You should be all right in this position. So white played the move knight c5, just trying to, you know, you're trying to establish yourself on solid squares. You know, this knight can't be attacked by any pawn, so it's a good outpost for a knight. And then we got a5, which I'm maybe a tiny bit surprised by, actually. Because, you know, I was sort of thinking it was good to keep this pawn on a7 because it's supporting this knight on b6. So if it ever gets attacked on the open b file, then that knight is supported, you know, solid pieces. But on the other hand, I'm not 100% sure what black's next move exactly would be. I'd be maybe tempted, actually, to start throwing in a good old h5, h4 and seeing whether we can get some weaknesses. I might maybe also be thinking about playing a move like g6, which is just freeing a square for the bishop. You know, maybe bishop g7 or bishop h6. That would also be possible. But the move a5, yeah, interesting. I'm wondering whether black's idea is to actually try and play the pawn all the way down to a3. which would be a very unusual and interesting idea, just with the idea of establishing an outpost on b2 for a black knight. It's not crazy, but it's very unusual. I'm wondering whether that's the idea, but yeah, very interesting strategical position. White's played knight c3 there, so in any case, stopping that by covering the a4 square. Now, I don't like that move a5. I don't think that was good. I think black should have been playing on the king side and developing the pieces there. I thought that structure on the queen side looked perfect to me, but yeah, still it's still a very complicated game. But I'm always sad when you've got a nice solid position and then afterwards you play a move like a5 and then it doesn't look as solid somehow. You always end up regretting it later. Now let's have a look. We have an endgame. But Ashvin, how did Ashvin play this? So Ashvin played the move a3, and so Jan was tempting Ashvin to take the queens off. Why he's doing that, I don't really know. I'm not quite sure. I really understand, because I don't know. I mean, Jan's had some amazing sharp games somehow. So yeah, I'm surprised by the choice. But anyway, he played the move b5, and here Ashvin decided that now was the time to take off queens, which in principle is a very sensible idea, because this move b5 really does weaken a lot of dark squares on that black queen side. So yeah, I'd be very wary about taking on the end game having played b5. When I was playing this as black, Queen's Gambit Accepted was my staple opening as a chess professional. I always used to play leave the pawn on a7 and played b6, always just to try and keep some control of the c5 square. So I don't like this very much. But here Ashvin plays, again, a move I'm not so keen on. I mean, I would be playing, it's the stuff that I was showing earlier, I would be playing the move, something with knight e5 round to d3 and attacking the bishop on c5, and then really trying to get into the queenside dark squares. I'm going to draw the world in arrows and pretend that that's absolutely clear what I mean. But yeah, knight e5 to d3, and then bishop d2 maybe to b4, and then knight d2 to b3. Just everything you can do to clamp down on those queenside dark squares. And I think that, yeah, you've got a good chance of a serious advantage there, in my opinion. Yeah, Ashvin played it the good old-fashioned way, the way they used to play it, which is fine, but it's nothing. I don't think it's anything too spectacular. So I'll just show the next moves because they're quite standard. I think I think I've even had this position as black myself in my games. I think this was one of the games I managed to win, in actual fact. So this is not the most the most exciting way of playing for white, because it's very symmetrical and basically black gets the same thing as white. I mean, black gets the opportunity to play knight b6 into a4 and c4. So yeah, both sides end up cancelling each other. And when this knight comes into a5, then the black bishop escapes to d5. So yeah, this is looking well. I think in a normal tournament game, I'd be saying this is looking quite dull. Only the Varsity match has a way of making everything turn exciting. So you can be. I'm pretty sure that, especially with Jan playing as black, seeing the games that he's had in the past, this wouldn't amaze me at all if this turned out to be very exciting. But in principle, yeah, this is looking like a pretty even game. So probably the most even of all the games that we've got in this thing. So this one, we left it at knight c4, and I was wondering what was going to happen here. So white took on c4, and then what we said, the big plan was, well, the plan that I wanted was for white somehow to bring the bishop to d4, neutralize that dark square bishop, And then afterwards, we're going to try and push this pawn and hit the pawn on c4 as well. But it turned out that tactically this was quite difficult to realise. So what White did actually was very sensible. I mean, I was sort of talking about the fact that I didn't want to commit myself too early, and I just wanted to try and find moves that were sort of solid and sensible and kept my position, and then maybe later go to the structure that I wanted. And yeah, this actually this was basically what it seems Johan decided on. Now, I'm not 100% sure about what Daniel's doing somehow. What would I have wanted in this position after h3? Well, h3 is a good move. In all fairness, it's stopping this black knight from moving and keeping the pawn on b4. It means you can't go knight d7 into c5, and keeping the white pawn on e2. It means you can't go for the d3 square. So yeah, in general, White's playing this with nice caution. So yeah, I'm not sure though. I feel like throwing in h5 again, I have to say, and looking for some a little bit of joy over there as well. But that would be maybe interesting. What Daniel did, it's okay, but I'm just not really sure it really hits the spot. But I might be wrong. We'll have a look how it goes. So White was clever here. So after bishop d7, he plays e4. That weakens the d3 square. But since Black's played knight bishop d7, White's no longer got knight d7 to e5 to d3. So that's just a very nice and a nice little nuance there, just to make sure that the Black's rather slow. So rook b7, bishop d2, rook fb8, and now knight e2. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't. It doesn't feel to me like Daniel's really got his type of position. I don't feel that Daniel's really happy here, because I don't think he's really managing to attack. And well, White's done this actually very nicely, because this bishop is coming to c3, just like we said, to neutralize the bishop on g7, and then the knight will come into d4 later. This could I think it's really crucial for Daniel. I think now he's got to find his counterplay from somewhere, or he's going to get a bit squeezed, and not in a pleasant way. So yeah. Yeah, I think this is really crucial. I would say here that that White is doing really well here. That's for Cambridge, isn't it? I think. But yeah, so I think White's doing very well there. Let's have a look at Max against Ranesh. We left it at knight. Oh, I was going for the quiet positional option with b6, but Ranesh went for the all-in caveman approach with f4. I don't like that move very much. I think Black had a nice opportunity to have a nice grip on White, and with f4 you just let it all happen. And I mean, in principle as well, we managed to get this move knight c5 in, and White is actually getting. I mean, this knight on a4 had no other purpose in life. It was just standing in the corner, really. And the only thing it could possibly ever have dreamed of was to go knight c5 takes d7 and free access to the c5 square for the other knight. And by playing f4, you've just kind of given that away, really. So, after f takes c3, queen takes c3. Again, I'm not very happy with that. I mean, you have given White an isolated queen's pawn. It's very hard to attack. I mean, if knight c5, you might well play d takes c5 anyway. Well, White's got the e file now as well. So
before the rook on e1 was useless, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's just sort of transformed the position so that all that White's done kind of makes sense. You can see a purpose now to every single move that White's played, whereas before. Yeah, that's right. Whereas before it was looking all wrong. So yeah. I think certainly this one is looking. You say this is Oxford, yeah. I think Max, yeah. So this one's looking very good for Oxford now. I think this is going to be a difficult one to defend. Or it could go easily wrong for Black. This is sort of position where you might just say, oh, just everything went wrong. Whole position just fell apart somehow. All right. So thrills and spills there. Remy against Dominic. We left it in this position. Yeah, this is not easy to win for white. This is absolutely not easy at all. Because yeah, the black king's a little bit vulnerable, but the white king is also not super. I mean, you should maybe be playing some consolidating moves: h3, king h2, h4, king h2, just to get your king a little bit safer there. But it's not super easy. I mean, I don't know whether it's the correct plan in this position, but I always remember there was an engine game. It was originally queen and 2 rooks against queen and 2 rooks. It was Leela against Stockfish, and you know, Leela was a pawn up there, and all that Stockfish did was keep on chasing the white queen with rook d3. Kept on, essentially, you know, white kept on reaching positions where he said, now I've got my positions nicely set. Now I can move on to the next stage and start making progress. And then it was buck, hit the queen has to move. And then your ideal situation is just, yeah, just knocked off its perch each time. And I have the feeling that is basically, and you know, the point is in these positions when you're defending, it's often hard to find something positive to do. Well, this wasn't particularly constructive, you could say, but it did feel at least like something I could get into. You know, just annoy your opponent, hit his queen, force him to move, and then keep on doing it until he finds a safe spot, and then just go back to as you were before. So yeah, I think something like that would be you know, also possible. Rook d3 or maybe rook d2. I guess with rook e7 that Dominic's looking for rook e5, which is kind of sensible, I guess, as well. But that's why I quite like rook d3. Just hit the queen and just see whether white can actually think of a way to maintain it somehow. As I said, very difficult position for white to win, but yeah, things can happen in these sorts of positions. The king's open. You know, it's also something that can just be over in a couple of moves with a just a missed opportunity or something. Okay, Jem Gerner against Cameron. We'll stick with Cameron. I did a series of videos recently on the matches between Kasparov and Deep Blue, 1996, 1997, and I spent so long practicing the Deep Blue programmer's name, Feng Shung Shu. I got it absolutely right, so that was one of my proudest moments. Because I do have this terrible English habit of mispronouncing everyone's names and stumbling over it and then saying to them, "Is that okay?" You know, it's just awful. Really is you see it. I work for a lot of foreign companies as well, and you always see the English guy, you know, sort of mispronouncing everyone's names and yeah, pronouncing it the English way and saying, well, you know, the foreigners should sort of accept that. Really, that's pronouncing it the correct way. So. I always try and avoid it, but haven't there. So, this is getting quite interesting. So, I said that I was a bit worried about White's position somehow. Not that it necessarily that it was bad, but that simply there was this whole thing going on with the queen on the c file, the rook on there, and the pressure on c4, and the fact that the bishop's over on here, so not able to protect the pawn. And I was worried that things were going to happen, unspecified things. And actually, it looks like unspecified things have happened, and they've actually been quite unpleasant for white. Knight on g4 is attacked, but we've got loads of ideas. h5, just to drive away the knight as well, if you ever protect it. And we've also got this possibility of a little tactic. The tactic that everyone should know: knight takes g3. Opening up the line on the queen on c2, and after queen takes f5, then we've got the move knight takes f5. Knight is safe. Hey, Natasha.
Hello.
I've said intermezzo at least 5 times. So, but now I'm transferring those duties over to you now. So, so
you're going to change words.
Well, it's a no, but now if there's an intermezzo, you have to shout it out. That's
Yes.
Intermediate move, indeed. So just for the people watching online, so Natasha Regan has just walked into the room. So obviously something that has to be mentioned. It's I don't know. Do you remember the? I always used to listen to. I'm sorry, I haven't a clue. And there was the end radio program for those watching online and not in England. But it was a radio program, very funny radio program. But the last part of it was always announcements to the bull, and they were always announcing people and had to say announce people in funny ways. But. A connected queen. So b4 has been played, and well, there is a staggering amount of good moves against that, I think. But queen takes g4 looks very sensible. Simply just picking up a pawn, and yeah, obviously you'll take on there, and well, you could play something like knight takes c5, for example. So yeah, it looks really like this game is going really well, and that's good for Cambridge. So I don't know whether there's anything else. There might be. It is the sort of position where you could imagine there being some also extra very good stuff, but you probably don't need it actually. So it's always what in the good old days when you analysed with a Russian player after a game, and you said, well, why didn't you go play that? You know, and they always said, I didn't need that move. You know, it's always a very nice way of showing that he not only beat you in one way, he could have played it another, but he didn't need that at all. So it was obviously, you know, all the Western players take it over then, and it's all right. Well, that's looking very good for Oxford, for Cambridge rather. And then we go on to the bottom game, a King's Gambit in honour of Natasha as well, I'm sure. So I was saying that it's one of the King's Gambit. It's just got you know, whenever it happens in engine tournaments, everyone's always cheering, yay, a King's Gambit. Oh, so yeah, Bishop f4. So Arushi did spot Bishop f4, which is an Zwischenzug, says Natasha. That's also true. Is that pronounced right? Is it Zug? It's Zug, isn't it, in German? That's right. Yeah. So I once got asked. I speak Dutch, so people always said, you know, shouldn't you be able to speak German because you speak Dutch? But yeah, all I can do is pronounce German words in the Dutch way, which is completely wrong. So I might as well speak English. Queen g6 played, and now, well, we were looking at all sorts of interesting things with rook h6. We'd also actually, Daniel had suggested knight d2 in this position. I think I'm not slandering him. I think it was this position, and after rook h6 first, yeah, okay, rook h6, queen takes c4, and then not allowing queen e1 mate. That would be a good thing, but something with knight d2 as well. We had all sorts of ideas with that, basically, which looked very promising. But yeah, queen takes f2 played by Arushi, and well, that's probably quite a good move as well. Though it feels a little bit slow somehow. I mean, I must say my all-time favourite was knight d2. I have to say, but I guess maybe was Imogen maybe going to go knight g4? Was that the the plan? It's not my pieces, that's the problem there. So you really do get quite... So queen takes f2 played. And now, what did Imogen do? Imogen's thinking, yeah, are you going to take on e4? I sort of feel well, it's definitely the move that you should be looking at, really, because if you don't do it, then nothing really makes sense. If you're looking for something sensible and maybe reasonably okay, then I would say probably bishop e6 is quite a good move. Because yeah, this e4 pawn remains weak. Obviously, if you take on here, then an open f file will be much appreciated. And if you go d5, we have a queen takes e4. Sorry, I'll stop. That's getting annoying. Queen takes e4, just hitting the bishop on c4 and pawn on d5. So knight d2. Knight d2 is possible, but we might just play a cunning knight takes e4 then. And if knight takes e4, then we've got a sort of a move that you can play in between another one there. Sorry. d5, queen e4. Oh, knight d2. Sorry. Here. Ah,
After queen takes d4.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, sorry, it's on the board. It's on the board there. It's just that oh well, that's very, very good. That is doing the business. Sorry, I was forgetting. There's a slight lag on the. That looks excellent. Could we do anything clever though? Well, knight takes e4. Well, we get into it's the type of position where I'm sort of vaguely wondering whether I could play a move like knight takes e4. And still, yeah, we could have done, yeah. But we're giving away pieces now. We've got to that point. So yeah, no, I'm just wondering about playing here simply and playing castles in this position. Because if d takes c6, I've got bishop takes c4 check, and if you take, I'm going to take like this.
What happens with black?
Who knows?
Pawn now takes on e6.
Like this, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I could go bishop d3. It's not very clear, but it is a little bit worrying for black. I'd have the tendency to claim compensation here for black. Rook h6. Oh, that's maybe a cunning idea. Rook h6 is a very cunning idea. Oh, then there's no compensation at all. I'll take all that back because queen f5. There's the cunning bishop takes e6 there.
If you need to play knight takes e4, let's do that before bishop e6.
You could do that as well. That is absolutely true. And indeed, Imogen has played knight takes e4, so she's being very sensible. So yeah, what is white going to play? Well, queen e3 is the absolute natural move that you're going to play. So what would if I were a good move, what would I look like in this position? I mean, white's coming quite quickly with stuff. So knight d2, bishop d5, for example, rook h6. There's a lot of moves to knock the black pieces here. So I do feel that you need to find something clever here.
Is castle legal?
It is legal. It is castles kingside is legal, but yeah, it's I think rook h6 would be really strong then. Followed by g4. So I still do like my bishop e6 idea, I have to say. But I'd like to maybe try and refine it somehow. But it does feel like something that you could do and have a bit of fun at least. I mean, I could play bishop e6. d5, castles, takes, and then play the move d5. Sorry, let me just have a quick look on the stream. Oh, rook g8, somebody's suggesting. Rook g8 is interesting. Yeah, that could be interesting. Give some credit to. Oops, sorry. There we are. d5. That could be interesting. Or somebody's also suggesting queen e3, rook g8, which also is showing the right spirit, I think. Yeah, actually, come to think of it, that's quite embarrassing. Part of me wants to play g4 in this position. Is that absolutely bananas? I'm not sure. It's just I don't want to give you any time to consolidate anything. That's the point. And if you played bishop g4, then I could play a move like, for example, I could play knight d2. I could play knight d2, for example. Or I could play rook h6 as well. We're really getting to this stage of the King's Gambit, of a King's Gambit position now, where you're just not sure whether, you could just be totally lost, or you could be surviving brilliantly. Oh, you're probably right. You're probably right, Daniel. But I think, rook g8. We should definitely have a look at rook g8, because that is definitely. So to defend g2. I could play a move like rook h2, but I don't want to, because I want to have rook h6. I could. As I said, g3 is a possibility as well. But it feels a bit. I don't know. Maybe it's okay. I've got g4 as well. I was wondering about king e1 as well. Just anticipate that one, get out of it, and then off we go. But it is feeling a little bit fraught. I will freely confess that. But okay, that's why I quite like g4, because it stops anything coming to f5. So black can't just consolidate his knight and move on. So what are we saying? We're saying bishop takes g4. I said knight d2, and then Daniel, you were saying bishop e6. That is reasonably evil. And bishop e6, you're going knight d2. That was what you were saying. Yes, that is rather evil indeed. Yeah, that cuts. It's a very nice move. It cuts the pin there. So and also opens queen g2. Yeah, this would be completely horrific somehow. You've been watching too much. You've been watching too much Chess 960, Natasha. It's what I could do, I suppose, is to play the move rook h6. I think I've got to throw this one in. So you're going to play queen f5. And then I am going to play the brilliant. Well, I guess I'm going to have to play knight d2. At some stage, I've got to develop some pieces, haven't I, really? Knight d2. And then you're going to play d5, aren't you? But then am I going to take on e4 simply? I can take on d5 as well and take on e4, which is not so silly, come to think of it. God, a panoply of possibilities, a plethora. It's one of my favorite films went on and on about the plethora. What was it? It was it was a film with Chevy Chase and Steve Martin, The Three Amigos. That's the one. Well, I was hoping that one of you clever chatters would come up with a brilliant reply, because I'm currently not quite there yet. There is stuff to take. We can take on here. I can take on d5 as well. Yeah, I can do it in that way. I think I've definitely got equality, which for a King's Gambit player is like winning the lottery. But I have the feeling that we could maybe be even more ambitious than the draw, and actually find something. Queen e3, bishop c6. Well, let me just take it, and you're still a pawn down in the position. But we could maybe no, because if takes, I just take it back. Sorry, it's gonna the stream the live thing will catch up there. I just take it back, and then I'm a pawn down there, but. So I need something that's materially nice for me, but knight d2, d5. There should be something, you feel. But it's kind of... I don't know. It's quite an unclear position, but white isn't worse in that position, which is quite an achievement, really, especially after a move like g4. So maybe we need to find a better move.
How about bishop takes pawn and then knight takes and knight? Which that is as well.
Let's have a look. After we look at the position after g4, you want to play.
You want to play d5. You have a position. You play knight d2 and back to d5. And if you,
Oh yeah, we met.
if there was a position you might have played queen f5.
Oh yeah, so yeah, we're where are we? This one, you mean?
Black's played queen f. I don't think if this is the line with g4. Black's played queen f5. Okay.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
You play knight d2 and black plays d5.
Yep.
Now what about bishop takes d5, queen takes d5, knight takes e4? Even if you castle, what's that going to be?
Yeah, I was worried about my kingside light squares there, but let's have a look at the line. So takes, knight takes e4, and then we're going to castle long. That's still legal.
Yeah, knight takes knight before castle.
Knight f6. Yeah, there is that is bravery. I'm a bit worried about. I mean, I might be wrong there. That's definitely also possible. But I mean, something like queen b5 check here. How about that? We're hitting b2 as well. It's probably a bit tricky. It's too many light squares, maybe. Too many light squares, I think.
Actually, after rook h6, instead of queen f5, is bishop h3 checking?
Ooh.
Or bishop e2 check.
Bishop b.
Going back for a forward.
Yeah. I'm going back. Don't worry. I'm there, but there we are. Yeah, we've got to put it back on g6. There we are. And bishop h3. That is going to be very dangerous. But what I was thinking, I can play queen. Oh, you've got rook g2 check. Sorry, I'm about. Yeah, rook h3, queen g2. So I was thinking that this would maybe, but this is going to be very dangerous, isn't it? Here.
Queen g2 check.
Yep, queen g2, and now king e1.
Oh, yeah.
Long castles. Okay. Well, this is a position, isn't it? I'm wondering whether I should play bishop takes f7 here and
Bishop f1.
well, bishop f1 is possible, but I'm wondering whether I should play bishop f7 actually, whether that's even stronger.
b2.
Yeah, but I'm going to take on g8 and I'll take on e4. I'm going to get my material somehow, I think, as well. Well, I don't know, because I can't take on e4 because there's a rook g1 checkmate in the end. You see what I mean? So takes and takes. It's not 100% clear. What would I need here, really? I mean, I'd want to move like bishop h2, maybe. Well, I'm not the youngest, but I have the time, I think, for this. Rook g2. But are we threatening anything? I mean, I can play. Well, you have, but I'd probably go rook h7, I think.
What about rook h7 without playing bishop h2?
That was possible as well. But I was worried about, not clear. I've got queen h3 checks coming in now, so I mean it might be that now you have to play the brilliant b5 or something, and just say I'm not sure. But this is I would say that bishop h3 check is a very serious attempt, Derry. I think that's the definite conclusion, and yeah, that we will be delighted to see that on the board. Ooh, we've got queen e3, rook g8. Well done, Imogen. Excellent. So, okay. So now, yeah, this is a very difficult moment for white. I mean, what you could play something like, I mean, we could play G3. King E1 really tickles my fancy, but we'll look at it if it's played, but I don't suppose it will. G3 is kind of the most natural idea. And then what I was vaguely thinking of was playing the move Bishop F5. It's why I wanted to play G4, really. I liked, not having the bishop just protecting everything like that. And if Rook H6, we maybe go, well, actually, I was thinking we just had something like Queen G4, but actually I'm not really even threatening very much here at all. I'll have stuff like Rook H4 maybe, or just Knight D2. Or maybe G3, maybe sensible is decent. We could go King D8 in this position. That is one idea, to play the move Knight takes G3, but it's not really doing it for me. But what else could we do? I mean, I could play a move like H5 just to stop you from playing Rook H6. Okay, Bishop E6. Then I will fork you this time, and since I'm not suggesting it, other people can tell me what's wrong with it. I mean, I guess you could throw in a sneaky little Knight E5. That might be possible. Because, I mean, in principle, you want to take off, take, and then take here. Well, it's quite funny. Yeah? I mean, got Knight takes G3 check. And then you could play Queen takes G3, E takes F7, and F takes G8. But I think we'd probably end up with a draw by perpetual there. That's my my general feeling. Or you could just play the move King E1 here, with the idea of Knight H1. We take on F7, and win the whole house. Actually, that would be quite good. But I suppose we could play something like F5 with black, and then. But yeah, I'm not sure. This is maybe Rook H6. This feels like White's doing quite well there, which surprises me enormously, I have to say. But I could go Knight A5 as well. That's possible. Feels a bit odd to do this, but I could probably. I'll just give a check. C6. This feels so odd for black, and go Bishop D3, which might be a bit annoying. Or even Rook H6 first of all, and then Bishop D3. I think we're going to pick up a piece there. I think Bishop E6 D5 looks quite decent for. I don't really know why, to be honest. I wouldn't. The one thing that you could. No, you can't. I don't know why it's decent for White, but it feels like it's good for White. I mean, can you play a move like? I mean, Knight E7 might be. Would Knight E7 be interesting? Kind of.
Bishop F5.
Bishop F5. Yeah, no, I was a bit wondering about Rook H6. I'm not really sure. Yeah. But if I just go Knight D2, actually, it's just rather embarrassing. Yeah. Now I'd assume that this would be fine, but I don't know. It looks like you're just winning a piece. Incredibly enough. So if I go Knight E4. Sorry? I take it? You take back? And I take? I'm a piece up. Yeah, if you do that, then I've always got Knight F2 or Knight F6 unpinning. So it's
One of the lines better with and then bishop e6 lines and chasing the bishop. You've got f5 once you've broken the attack with bishop e4.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I think the bishop f5 against g3 is not a good move. Pardon me. Maybe knight e7. Maybe h5 just to stop rook h6. If you've got time for that, I think you probably should do. Yeah, that does actually. That's quite. It's useful in quite a few lines, isn't it? Because rook h6, I've got knight g3 or something like that. So, although I'm saying that, but after, well, it's a bit confusing. It's complicated. So, if I go rook h6, if you go knight g3 check, I will take you. And now, there may be someone in the room who can who can point out. Now we've got bishop takes f7 check, because if king takes f7, we've got rook h7 check, and rook g7. I've got queen g3, which is pin. So that's actually quite sweet. You could, after bishop f7, you could play the move king f8 or something like that, and that would probably be good enough, I guess. I mean, I take on g3 and then rook takes h7, and actually we've just got a more or less equal position. But that is quite interesting, knight e7. But yeah, I mean, we are threatening knight g3 in general, so. But I suppose, well, I could play knight d2, then, couldn't I, in this position here? Because is this going to be? Could this be stronger for me? Knight h g3. This could be bishop takes g3, queen takes g3, bishop takes f7 check. Same trick, obviously. King f7. I've got rook h7.
Why not knight takes d2?
Yeah, okay, but we're just looking through variations. And then king f7, I've got rook h7, king f8, or king d8. Nah, it's probably about the same. It probably doesn't add that much. Knight d2, I could just take like this. It's not so bad. For a king's gambit, this is... I mean, really, wow. We've achieved some things here today with white. It's... yeah, it's not fantastic, but it's not so bad. Yeah, I don't know whether we've got a move that sort of could. I mean, I could play king e1. It's just that you sort of wonder: am I really over egging it so much? You know, when I'm playing a move like that. Just I'm getting out of this knight g3. That's the idea, but. It's not like the king's sort of escaping easily to the queen's side. You know, it's just sort of going to be there on e1. So I'm not. I mean, I suppose I could play the move. It feels all wrong again, but I could play king g2. It just feels wrong because of the light squares and putting your king on there, and you sort of feel if I do get tricked by a tactic like this, somebody will say, "Didn't you see your king was vulnerable on the long diagonal?" So. You're risking a lot there. Yeah, I mean, I think this should be okay for black, really. Well, knight f5, we've got queen e4, but it's in there. I mean, d5. No, it's check, queen e4. You can't have an intermediate move when it's check. So, but yeah, you've got d5 as well and stuff like that. I think, to be honest, you should probably be happy if you're forcing something to happen with. Hey, Danny, if you're forcing something with rook h6, or if you're forcing something to happen at this stage, because I can't believe that you could claim that you're better in any way here. Or it's the sort of thing I claim when I'm playing a simul, but I mean, it's not a reasonable claim. So okay, that's very exciting. And a g3 has been played, and knight e7. Wow, both players playing pretty well there. So yeah, G4 would have been a bit too wild, I think, for an over the board game. It's too hard to. You only do that when it's somebody else's pieces. Pardon me.
You want a drink?
Oh, I would love a drink actually.
What do you want?
A glass of water would be brilliant. If there's also something stronger,
Wine or coffee?
wine would be amazing. That would be there. We are. These are the. Thanks very much, Natasha. That's really nice. Yeah, that's the privileges of wearing a bow tie at the RAC. You get this automatically. Let's have a look. Let's go back then to the rest of it. This is because we're starting to get into the really exciting part of the time now. This has all been padding up till now. Now the excitement starts. So this is Tom against Kobe. We've got Rook C6, Rook F3 from Tom. Yeah, this is what we like. Queen B6, Queen D2. We're aiming for Queen H6, Rook H3. That is going to hit Black's position very soon. So yeah, so in one of I did just a book chapter once on how the engines always defend, and one of them was using your queen. And I think that Kobe's definitely got the spirit of that in this game, because he's really using his queen to do all of the business here. So Queen D4 here. You're attacking B2, but Rook F1 played, and now the move Queen D2 has been played. And yeah, you're trying to defend from afar. So Queen D2, Queen H6. Now, actually, this would actually be a stunning moment, I think, to go over to the live cam. I haven't used it very much, but Matthew set it up brilliantly. You're only seeing me now at the moment, but do not be alarmed. Better things are to come, because we're going over to here, and here we are. So we can now have a look at our guys, and I'm going to let's so Jan against continue. Sorry, it stopped. Ashvin is looking. There's Daniel. Let's have a look. How's Tom looking against Kobe? He might possibly have some. You might possibly have some stuff, actually. Yeah, that's why I was just wondering how interested Tom was looking. I think Tom's looking like he's enjoying his position. I think Kobe's looking a little bit. Oh, Natasha, that is wonderful. Thank you. That is a brilliant position, Zook. The best, the absolute best. I'm not sure, but Tom's really looking confident there. A very good attacking player, Tom. And Kobe's looking, he's looking like I haven't allowed that, have I? Yeah, I mean, it could be quite dangerous. Let's just have a look to see whether we can see any of our other guys and girls. Bottom board there. Ashvin's looking a little bit, he's looking like this is not really the most interesting position I've ever seen in my life. And on board 5, White's, who's that? Oh, this is Dominic. This is a gem against Dominic, I think, isn't it? So trying to work out what to do there. Cameron looking quite confident there, I think, on board 6. Very nice. Very nice. Thanks to Matthew Carr, one of the arbiters for setting it up. Very, very nice. There we are. He's in the audience there. Brilliant. Let's have a look. We've got 12 people watching. Wow. So let's have a look. Let's go back to our to Oxford versus Donk, allow, and we're there. So Ray Keane was suggesting Queen takes F8 check here. I don't think it's going to work, but it is a very nice idea. I think after King takes, we probably can play F6. Rook f6 is also possible as well.
It's probably a chance.
Well, it's surprisingly decent. We could always return the queen, though. There's a lot of ways of returning the queen, or ways to do it. I'd say in a blitz game, this would be absolutely incredible to throw out. But I think I'm more expecting something like queen h4. I think that would be my my blitz move. I mean, of course, one thing you could do is simply to take and take here, when you are going to be winning a pawn here. But I imagine that that this, the black probably feels that this is going to be all right for him. That's an interesting point. I guess so. I mean, I guess so. And yet, well, I suppose we go.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I've got rook f1 there. Rook d1, rook f1. Rook c2, I've got rook e7. So I carry on the desperados. I could go, I suppose, either e6 or d5. I mean, I guess so. I guess this is going to be fine. I'm trying to not take everything at face value, but I think that is probably best taken at face value. So, yeah, bishop f7 check, just king g7 should be pretty similar. So, what could we do? I mean, f6 is maybe quite interesting. I mean, we sort of really get a grip of those squares, but again, you know, black's going to have some bishop b7 stuff soon. So, yeah, I wouldn't want to exchange off queens really. That would be.
Queen h4 looks sensible.
Queen h4 looks like the sensible one. But what is black going to do here then? I mean, I'm attacking e7, which could be a little bit sensitive. I mean, you can play a move like, I mean, g5 is conceivable. And after rook g3, you go h6. But then we're going to start looking at ideas like e5, really. And I mean, I'm just getting very nervous on your behalf, really. Yeah. I mean, this is really crazy stuff. I don't think it's going to work. I mean, you've always got moves like if you know, black can start looking to attack the f1 rook and stuff like that, but you know, you've always got bishop c4 ideas to cover. So I don't think you can be doing that. But yeah, okay. How are you going to defend this e7 pawn then? That is actually it's a very reasonable question. Now, I could also be, you know, thinking of taking on g6 and then playing queen e7 if I want to be even quicker. Actually, my valuation's updating here. I'm starting to think that the black's just completely lost. Actually, I think it felt a bit odd. I was assuming that he really had something, but I think he's in big trouble anyway. To be honest, I think queen g7, queen somewhere would have been bad. I mean, yeah, maybe queen e3. I quite like these ideas of just going after these pawns. You know, basically let black curl up in the ball on here, and then afterwards we just go after the queenside pawns. Yeah, I mean, I think that the black. I think black was bad anyway. I mean, I think it really is what we said earlier, that you know, you swap off all your lots of opponent's pieces and you try and reduce his activity, but you don't have anything to do yourself. And hey, John, and you're sort of looking at at the position and you know, and sort of seeing what can black actually do to white in this position, and it's pretty small, you know. So I am very worried about queen h4. I think, by the way, John, there's always a delay of a few seconds between me speaking and the move coming up. So
a few seconds to bring me looking at the position comprehending it. So
that's so I mean, really, if yeah, I don't know. I mean, we should be doing something dramatic. I think that is basically what my feeling is. And if there's nothing dramatic, then we're going to be shaking hands. I think that's. I mean, bishop a6 feels to me like a move you could play.
That's creating problems. H4 on the board.
Queen h4 on the board, excellent. Yeah, I thought. But bishop a6 is maybe interesting because when you take on f1, you're actually threatening mate at the time, so that's always a bonus. And I'm not.
Bishop f7.
Yeah, the problem is after when I take on g6 at any of these times, then rook takes g6 is played, and you're threatening mate on g2. That's the big inconvenience. But I do wonder whether we couldn't do a little. We can probably play rook 3 f2, can't we? Can we be evil like that?
Right.
That's definitely got potential for evil, I think. Because so I'm knocking you off there. I mean, bishop takes f1 has to be looked at, but I would be amazed if that's working. But well, who knows? Queen e3. Now I take on g6. This is the idea. So I'm threatening queen takes h7 mate. So you've got to basically go rook takes g6. And now, because I've chased you off the second rank, I can, well, I've got various things, but rook takes f7 is completely conceivable. With imminent doom. I'm threatening queen takes h7 mate to start with. So that is actually quite strong. The only thing that vaguely interests me is after rook 3 f2, could I actually play, well, I've got maybe a couple of moves, but could I play bishop f1? But I don't think it works because I go rook takes d2, rook takes d2, and then I think I play queen e1. And after bishop takes g2, then there's king g1, and I'm just winning everything. So yeah, I think that bishop a6, rook 3 f2 is actually incredibly evil. The only other thing I could vaguely think of. Well, exactly, but I'm even just wondering whether just queen g3 is. I mean, whether just queen g3. I mean, rook takes d2 would also be quite interesting from a positional point of view, but queen g3 looks very, very unpleasant. It just looks absolutely horrific somehow. Unless Kobe's got something absolutely genius here, I think we could be looking at Oxford's first win here, and also the first win of the match. Oh, rook g1 played by Tom. He's played rook g1. Was there? Had we missed something? I find it hard to believe that such an august collection of grandmasters could miss anything, but it is possible. And if there was a Zwischenzug, we would know that Natasha would shout it out at once. But I do think rook 3 f2 was really strong. I mean, I think it was really, yeah, I think it was very strong. It could well be that rook g1 is strong as well, but I mean, after all, you're still remaining with plenty of advantages of your position. But I think you can try g5 now, can't you? I think. I mean, also threats against f7 are much less strong. I'm not sure, actually. So it's probably all gone a bit. I mean, I know what Tom's thinking. Tom is thinking that at some stage, Black's going to go g4, and he's just going to sacrifice that rook on f3. And then that rook on g1 will turn out to be the absolute glorious piece. I know the way this man thinks, but yeah, I think that rook 3 f2 is really much stronger there. But this could still be very unpleasant. I mean, I'm talking and talking, but I'm not liking the position very much. I mean, yeah, Queen H5 is possible. Looking for Rook H3. Queen G3 feels very reasonable. I'm just looking for E5. I suppose I go H6 though. And after E5, I go Rook D4, I guess.
Yeah, you have bishop C4 sometimes.
Yeah, I mean you're hanging on here. You're definitely hanging on. So yeah, Rook G1, a little bit of a misstep there by Tom. Still much better, but bit of a misstep. Keeping things thrilling. Now, obviously, here was a game that I obviously enjoyed myself with arrows. A5 from Emil. Oh, Emil, what are you doing? No. Well, what I really wanted actually was I wanted H5, H4 in this position. To be honest, I felt that I didn't like A5 very much, the previous move, and I just thought that we should be playing H5, just sort of generating something on the king's side and trying to bring the bishop on F8, maybe to G7 or H6. Just create some, you know, your structure on the queen side is fine, especially with the pawn on A5. So just leave it there and just get to work on maybe creating some more empty space on the king side. But Emil's gone full out on the queen side, and it doesn't feel right really. This doesn't feel right at all. I mean, putting the knights on C4 and A3, these are incredibly risky squares. I'm not the only person in this room I could think would doing that would be Spess. John Spielman in the room, by the way, for everyone online.
Yeah, but I don't think I would do that. But I don't see why I would misplace my horses.
Well, you did put a knight on A2 once, John.
did,
so
yes.
it's
Yeah, but I had up the draw being refused. Which was sort of
yeah.
in a sense.
Yeah, this feels very wrong from the black point of view. I mean, there's some play. It's not.
It's
But-
not ridiculous, is it?
No, it's not ridiculous, but it's just you really feel it's a sort of play where you sort of say, if you play it beautifully now, engine precision from now on, then you'll have a lovely position. If you play like humans normally do, then you're gonna lose a piece somewhere around it. So yeah, you're asking a lot of yourself, really. Freddie played actually a very sensible move here. He just played knight B1. Knight B5, knight B1 played. That's a real shame. If that's all you've achieved, really, for all those knight moves to just exchange it, it's a bit of a shame. But okay, Queen E7 played. And now Freddie took on C4 and played Bishop D6. I don't want to give up my dark squared bishop. I really do not want to give up that
Was there
piece.
some enormous reason you didn't play Queen C4?
Bishop A6, Bishop
Oh,
A6.
Bishop A6, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. This is it's one of those moments where you sort of say, this shouldn't really be working, but it seems to be pretty much hanging together somehow, which is very, very irritating. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Bishop takes C4 played. Yeah, if Queen takes C4 now, we have Bishop A6, which is
Maybe enough to exchange for something.
yeah, it's not terrible for white, but yeah, it's not
Yeah,
probably
good.
it's not particularly what you'd want. So he played Bishop D6, Queen G5. You know, this game is still quite sharp actually. King H1 played, and now Bishop F5. Interesting. You're going to see I've been criticizing Emil's play, and I'll have to award him the best game prize in the end, just because he's actually this has not worked out badly. So it can get very sharp with opposite color bishops. Obviously, it can also just it tends to a draw once rooks and queens get removed. But with rooks and queens on, stuff can happen. I mean, black be looking for, well, probably just anchor the bishop on D3. Maybe look for H4, H5, H4, H3. Just try and weaken up that G2 square and try and get the rooks active, rook E6 to G6. everything to play for. Actually, for white, it's a little bit less obvious how you're going to be getting at the black king. I think I'd probably rather be black here, John. Don't you?
Yeah.
I think so
would.
too.
I'm not very happy as white. I mean, the bishop and d6 is both very pretty and totally ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know how it's happened, to be honest. I was sort of
B1 was a very suspicious move.
maybe knight b1 was suspicious. It is, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if he could have played e4.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering about. I was looking at e4 as
I
well.
don't think he missed the crisis.
Yeah,
And why on earth should he want to trade off that knight and then
that is true. That is true. Yeah, no, it's possible.
I think he was thinking of full sequence and just overlooked it. Country stuff.
Yeah, could be. I mean, e4 feels like the move you want to play, really, but it is quite, it's quite sharp still. Those knights are surprisingly,
Well, they're both all over you and not all over you, aren't they?
Yeah.
Play takes, it takes, play bishop takes, absolutely.
yeah, bishop takes. I was thinking
And
e4.
then knight to d, got d1, and then-
We might have been your game with Sackers.
Yeah, well, that was the knight a2 that Matthew was talking about. But yeah, I did have two knights actually, but
Queen f6. Yeah, not easy. Not easy. I think we're going to conclude that yeah, we're not 100% sure about Emil's play, but it definitely set very concrete problems. And yeah, well, black seems to have emerged quite nicely from this. Just grab some water. Right, so let's move on. Oh, there's going to be some throws. Whoa! Sorry. It's oh dear me. Well, this is quite a big one. I think it's working, you know. So yeah. Ooh.
quite a large pawn that you got off.
So yeah, I mean, after e takes f5, we very simply
And knight c4.
play knight takes c4, and there's not much you can do really. It's an absolute disaster of a position, I have to say. You're probably losing 2 pawns almost. I think you've got to play rook takes c4 here. We will chop a rooney and take here, and then you should probably play king e6.
Sure.
Um,
It's not completely easy, you're playing.
well, I'm not sure. If I go rook a5 here, I'm a bit worried.
Rook a5, not getting full traffic, I suppose not.
No, I mean, rook c8, I'm just going to take on a6, so I'm not going to.
Bishop c7, you go, what were you doing?
c5, rook c5.
And then bishop d6, is that completing?
Rook takes c4.
Oh, right, sorry, well, where was the was on d5? Okay.
Rook was on d5, yeah.
Right, so basically I have, so this is,
Which team is the white player playing?
Oxford against one of Cambridge's big hitters. So, but I really do think that the choice of opening from Jan was really strange. I think he was, yeah, he's played so well in sharp, complicated positions, and Queen's Gambit accepted is not the way. Especially as Ashvin had played a good game against Queen's Gambit accepted last time. That'd be interesting just to ask him what his reasoning was. Yeah, obviously, you know, the players prepare for a long time. They always have their ideas about it, but that one I find tricky to understand. Let's have a look at Johan against Daniel. This was quite.
Yeah, just so you know, I've been given the strictest instructions. We only award 2 prizes this year.
I think we were more than 2 last time.
We did.
Certainly not.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because Stephen always sorts out the problems if we're talking about. There's always the best game prize and a brilliancy prize. And last year we gave two brilliancy prizes because it was a draw. So but Stephen always sorts out the problems. So there's no worries about that. He's quietly confident. He's quietly confident he can do it again. I know that. It's been said now on a stream in front of thousands of people. So I was really worried about Daniel in this position. So what did he come up with?
Bishop a7 doesn't check, it's happened on 4 days. So, what is happening. What is the-
Oh, we'll have a look at that next. Yeah. So Queen C. My feeling was that ooh. Daniel played C3. Oh, liquidating. Oh, that's well, I hadn't spotted that. That's a way of doing it. Although it's not doing it for me in terms of winning chances for black,
No,
but
he's trying to equalise.
he is trying to equalise, and that's fair enough. He's virtually succeeded in equalising.
Unless there's some tremendous check which they'll go with that.
Well, yeah, just got to be the next couple of moves. Just got to navigate properly, and then afterwards, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Afterwards, it's shake, shake, and a draw. But let's move on to game 8. Oh, but this is what we were analysing. Good lord. Rook h6. This is exactly the line we had. This on the on there. So rook h6. Knight takes g3. Bishop takes g3.
Queen takes and then bishop f7 check. Is it?
Indeed, yeah, that's the. It's actually happened, yeah. But it's just going to be a draw, I think. Oh, although what's happened there actually? That's a bit strange. What's happened? So king f8 takes. So why not rook h7? That's what I'm trying to work out. Why didn't white play rook h7? No, not in this position. Sorry, I'm a couple of moves ahead of you. Why not rook h7 in this position?
Well, certainly, the forward will do, didn't it?
Yeah, I go rook h8 check.
Then go like g8, and then you end up.
Yeah, it just ends up equal, right? I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't think you can exploit the fact that these pieces are undeveloped. I don't see how you're doing that particularly. Yeah, that's a little bit strange because white played king f2 in this position. I mean, at the very least, we got rook g7 in this position, but
Well, it's encouraging, but there's also rook h3, basically.
What's wrong with king takes?
king takes rook. Oh yeah, knight f5.
Check.
Oh God.
Well, I think he causes some-
Oh dear me. Oh, that's terrible. Oh dear me. This is the form that beat a French grandmaster. Stephen Mailer is best known chess result is beating Bachar Quatley in an RAC match. So oh good lord. Well, this is really crucial.
Yeah, it's not very hard to see.
Yeah, thanks, John. That was Stephen's proudest moment destroyed in one sentence.
No, not at all. I'm just saying that,
Yeah, no, it's true.
if you're playing a game, you want to see this. I'm not saying, my brain is properly turned on, but I mean,
Yeah, no, it's well, this will be very dramatic. I mean, it's actually a real shame because I think that both players have played very, very creatively and very interestingly, and playing against King's Gambit at a Varsity match as well. I think it's a wonderful spirit, but yeah, this is just maybe the tactics.
subtle game.
Although, wait a minute, what's happened here? Oh, rook g5 has happened. Oh, well, there we are. This is the Varsity match. This is what we live for. Yeah. So Imogen's now got a extra pawn. I mean, clear extra pawn. So, and the white king is very, in principle, black's just winning. Well, I think with that king, I think yeah, it's going to be huge. So it's so I would expect black to still be winning this, but yeah, it was quite a dramatic moment there. Okay, that's very nice. Let's have a look at Max French against Ranesh Ratnesan, because that was I was not happy with black's play. I was happy with black's play, and then I was not happy. Let's have a look. So knight c5 played, d takes c5, queen e5, queen e5. Okay, takes knight d2. Okay. No, it's probably fine. It's just sort of slightly strange
You couldn't go knight d4 because of rook f4.
Yeah, no, that's right. But queen e5, yeah.
That's
Okay.
really annoying, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. But okay.
You really, really want to get your
Ooh,
horse to d4.
so knight b3 was possible now. It looked very natural, but rook c3 played. It's probably not bad. King f7, a3. Oh, okay. Rook b3.
So as you slowly start to think about taking trouble with d4.
Okay. No, but yeah. I don't know whether these were the best in this particular situation, but they were very reasonable moves to, you really just make sure that queen side is completely fossilized, and then afterwards you're going to to bring your knight round to d4 and just claim that you've you've got a kingside pawn majority. You can create a passed pawn on there. Yeah, white's definitely better. I mean, that's absolutely clear.
How do
So
you feel about rook b2 e3 now? Is that going to give you time to get the horse to d4?
well, it's black's move here. So
That's move, right? Sorry. What
Yeah.
did you just play after rook b3 a6?
he played.
Did you just go bishop c8?
Yeah, he played rook b3, bishop c8. That was the last. That was the last thing, and then he's now gone g5. Sorry, and rook be3 has been played. Yeah. So we're going to get our knight into d4. That's pretty clear.
That's supposed to be fine, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this very pleasant for white. I mean, you're just going to be very happy having this, and whether it's a win or not is not 100% clear, but it could even just be. Actually,
It doesn't matter, does it?
now with the pawn on g5, actually, I'm starting to get very interested because.
Presumably they're going to g4.
Yeah, I think. Yeah,
Presumably they're trying to swap it off from f3.
yeah. No, I think.
Unless he gets fixed, then yeah, he's going to lose.
So dangerous territory for black player, the Cambridge player, I think. So let's have a look. This one, Freddie Hand against Emil. Oh, let's have a look at Tom against Kobe. That's the big game going on at the moment. So rook g1, which we thought was a mistake, with our grandmasterly wisdom. So let's have a look. Queen e2 was played. I think in my mind, I don't know Kobe very well, but I've got in my mind that he's a very tricky player. That's the only thing that I know of him. So looking at this, it feels like okay. So Queen e2 was played. So he was obviously looking for rook d1. That was the idea. I mean, whether this was really. Was this so dangerous, actually? I mean, if you just taken on e7, what would have happened here? Trying to understand, actually.
Rook h3.
Yeah, he played rook h3, but queen e7. I'm just trying to think.
Sorry, he's played.
Yeah, queen e7. I'm just thinking what was wrong with this, actually. It looks completely winning. Rook.
You play rook b1, you threaten to make it.
Yeah, I go h3 though.
You do, it's very and there is nothing to do.
There's nothing to be done. I mean, it is completely winning this, I think.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as white doesn't move, something on unfortunate stuff happens.
Yeah. I think this was also completely winning. But okay, let's have a look at rook h3 because that's the move that Tom played.
The h5 now?
Yeah, I was thinking queen h5 as well, but h5.
H5
There's queen e7, isn't there? Yeah. So h5 played, and I mean, obviously this rook is not so good on h3 now because rook d1 is now really really going to be something. So he took off rook g6 and queen h5. Well, actually, this is still a very serious advantage. Because a5 is hanging. So bishop b7 played. And I guess that Tom will simply play rook takes a5 here. And meet bishop e4 with rook e5. Which, yeah. I mean, that bishop on e4 is stronger than you'd like, really. I mean, you know, but this is very, very good for white. This is completely winning. So yeah, I think that Tom is still winning. He's missed a couple of maybe easier ways to put it away, but this is still very good. But this way he gives himself some chance to fall victim to the varsity match nerves, which which are always there. I mean, it's yeah, as I said, you know, at the start of it, it's a very big event. These players, they were very strong. They've mostly been very strong juniors, but then they've just stopped playing as academic life has taken over. So yeah, there's a lot of attention on it. So it's a very tense match for them. So I think that's why you always see, you know, a lot of strange things happening as you get shorter time. So of course that's only good for the crowd, isn't it? That's so I'm not sure about Emil's plan here. I was kind of more expecting h5, h4, h3, or rook e6 to g6. You play queen f6, f3, and then a4. Somehow Emil wants to move a rook's pawn forward, but it's always the other one to the one I want. However, I will bow to his superior knowledge when he when this a pawn comes to actually eventually queen, and it's not a bad move at all. Actually, I mean, you know, it's yeah, it is actually quite an interesting move, a3. But I just like to be on the other side a little bit more. Ashvin against Jan Peter. That was my analysis. Is this what we have? No. E takes f5, takes rook takes. Yeah, I think Ashvin is he's going to convert this. He's a very solid, good, sensible player. So he showed that last year. So I think this is a really big win for Oxford. It's really important, I think, because Jan was really a guy that you thought, you know, he's really plays his varsity matches really, really well. So I think for him, it's just a wrong opening choice. I think he's just gone, yeah, wasn't a good opening choice.
Have you tried 93 in this position?
I don't know. Just take bishop e5 or
No, you have to take a
rook e8 check.
Yeah.
That is.
I'm not at all happy, but I'm at least trying.
That is incredibly cunning, John.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's true, John. Knight takes e3 would be.
Definitely a good idea, but even if you're lost, at least you're fighting. I don't see, not even sure you are completely. Yeah, king takes check, right back to d5.
No, back to d5.
Yeah. You can go checks and rook away and take them g7, but the knight's on c4 or something.
No, king e3, rook e8 check. Yeah, rook e8 check.
I mean, there is rook e4 then if you want.
Yeah, I mean, you're also
I
attacking.
mean, maybe just go rook e4 and you're much better.
Yeah, it definitely is true, isn't it? Really.
I mean, I have to take it and then play.
King c6 maybe or something. Yeah,
Rook king c6. I presume you don't play f4 though. You take it. I'm not sure it's a terrible idea because I probably get to taking g7 then.
Well, I'll have rook g8, wouldn't I? But
Yeah, but I'll bishop e5 and rook d6 check.
oh,
Maybe, but kind of d pawns. Maybe the e-pawn can start stomping.
it's definitely the. Oh, he's played b takes c4. I think you're right, John. That was a really good opportunity. Knight e3.
Well, I don't believe it at all, but at least that was.
No, you're fighting. You're fighting still. Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to do.
You're definitely fighting. Yeah. No, that was a good opportunity. This is not nice. So yeah, it really is grim, this one. Okay. How this one? Rook c4, queen b3. I'll be a little bit careful with black here because, but I should be okay. Also got to be a little bit careful with white as well. So yeah.
By the way, I could have played rook c8 before moving the king as well in that position. Because if rook bishop b5, that king e6.
Oh, okay.
But you can play bishop c3.
Okay. This should be a draw, really, but I think Daniel's will probably be hoping to do something. He's quite heavily outraces his opponent by 200 points, but I think this is just going to end in a draw.
Is that?
It's black's move.
Are you threatening E5 and D6 and knight D5, or is that just, have I miscounted the balls? No, I haven't, but yeah, we can boost that one.
Oh, that would be very nice. Yeah, yeah.
I don't particularly believe it.
So E5, D6 followed by knight D5 is actually a threat. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not.
Possibly.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, you can play with C1.
yeah. And black's just got to be just a couple more careful moves, and then it'll be fine. But just those careful moves you mustn't not make them, because no, because it's one of those positions that's quite easy to blunder indeed.
I thought it might maybe should go to C7. Just get out of the way.
So let's have a look. I was going to do something. Oh yeah, I was going to go for the live cam. Let's go there again and have a look. Got to make use of all of our tools. Absolutely. Look at that, incredible. But it's not just this, John. I mean, what I can also do. Oh, they haven't moved much. Those two. They've got pretty consistent.
Is that supposed to be a live cam?
It's a live cam.
Oh, I suppose they are playing chess.
So Kobe. Oh yeah, actually on the board between Tom and Kobe, it's the line we analysed, and basically, yeah, Tom's just going for a double rook ending 2 pawns up, where black's got a little bit of compensation, but yeah, well, there'll be nerves. There were easier ways to finish this off, but it's okay. Okay, that's good. Apparently, we've also got a zoom function, but I don't know how to use it. So, Ashvin against Jan. Jan's looking a little. Oh, this is not looking. So the two pawns have been taken. Yeah, Ashvin's going to win this. He's a very calm. I talked to him a lot at the dinner last year. He was very nice chap, and very calm, very relaxed, and all of that. Just. And he said most of his games aren't in the database because he played them all in Singapore. So it's so let's have a look here and here. Just Imogen in the distance there. Oh, we can. There's Natasha looking at the game. There we are. Very tense. Yeah, a lot happening there. But oh, Jan is going for it. But yeah, okay. Well, we'll get back to the games. But very nice. Thank you to Matthew Carr, arbiter for the event, for setting that up. Right. Let me just share my screen again. So yeah, Tom, actually what we saw on the live stream there, Tom playing it sort of safe in actual fact. So not rook takes e7, but bishop takes d5. So yeah, yeah, I think it's the best practical option. I mean, you must be winning this. You're 2 pawns up, and
pretend you're doing something.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're going to get takes, rook c8.
I mean, you can play bishop c2 maybe, or what's that? Rather take at least one.
Oh, I don't know, a5. I don't know. I'm very nervous about this. I'd rather have my active rooks than this really. No, I don't know. Yeah. No, it's possible. It's possible. Bishop c2 is possible too.
It's not a particularly lovely move, but not
I mean, I could play rook e7 and then rook f1 afterwards, and just.
I don't think really play bishop.
No, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'd think that this would be the most natural thing. But White's just going to curl up in a ball, eventually bring the king across, and then somehow somehow get to a winning rook ending. I mean, you've got past H pawns and A pawns, so you're doing pretty well there, really. Free hand, Emil. Ooh, A3 has happened. Queen D2, Rook A7. I'm getting a bit worried for Freddie, to be honest. I'm actually starting to think that Emil's played actually really rather well. Not necessarily in an approved fashion, but he has actually played quite well. Played with a lot of vigor and energy and ideas. And I'm not 100% convinced about them, but it's quite good.
So if we went E4, Queen D4, Rook C1, you're going to play F5 as well or not? And try to sort of hold everything, pretend you're okay.
I mean, Black's starting to pick up quite a few nice positional.
Yeah, I really want to give out the exchanges right now. I expect them to want to.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what I want with white, really, but.
Well, I thought I wanted to go E4.
No, I mean, I think you're
Probably
right.
Queen D4, Rook C1. No, I don't, if that's fine, I'll go E5. And otherwise, I'll go H3 to sort out the background and then do some fiddling around. Black can maybe go Rook over and threaten Rook takes bishop, but we notice.
Yeah, Rook E6 maybe.
Yeah, that does threaten Rook takes bishop, and it's probably going to use these, doesn't it? I
Why
suppose.
doesn't white take the pawn on C6?
Rook B7, we're worried about. You can't go back to B6 then because the D6 bishop hangs. So it's kind of. I think it's probably true, yeah. But I think you're right. I think E4 and Rook C1 is that's basically what white's got to do.
But I'll go Rook E6. I'll go bishop G3, won't I? In that position, I'll play bishop G3. Well, right at the end of that, we do it.
The Queen C5, yeah, or
yeah, then bishop F2.
Okay.
I don't have Rook E8. Rook E8 check and bishop F2.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
At least that wouldn't exchange. That's so terrible, is it? I could even maybe try to get my bishop to glorious square C3.
Wow.
You know, I don't believe any of this, but
maybe then your move F5 is quite good then.
I think it's quite scary.
Yeah, well, if you go E5, then we will have blocked your bishop.
You can play F4 maybe and use it to E5.
That's also.
Oh, you can't. Sorry, I can't count. Well, I thought Rook E6, bishop G3, and then F5 might be better. But yeah, I can do this. You want to sort of go G5, Rook G7.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Probably immediately, in actual fact.
I don't think it's completely clear. Of course, I'm fairly respectful.
It's not pleasant to face anyway. It's quite unpleasant.
It's scary.
It's it'll be interesting to see how this goes. Yeah, let's have a look. Johan against knight E2 has happened. I think we're going to get a draw here soon.
92 happens then. So
Yeah.
you didn't try to play E5 and D6.
Well, actually, yeah, I think you're right, John. That was.
I don't think you decided to play D6. But I mean, I understand that it would at least be interesting. At least puts back on. Maybe it can go E6 though, because then you can't do
E6 would probably be. Bishop B7 then. Bishop B7.
Right, so I don't know, I'm causing a bit of trouble.
You're definitely being problematic.
That's what we really don't do. I mean, you can move the knight as well, pretty fast. It's not very handy.
No, you don't want. If you've got to move the knight, then you really want to take this pawn. That's what you want to do. But now you should have something clever.
I mean, I'm not sure if it's terribly bad for black. We just play this pawn like the time of place rook. But I'm particularly upset. I mean, I put my bishop at E6, my rook somewhere, and the knight somewhere.
I mean, you have to come to F8. That's the only irritating thing.
Well, I'm going to H7, don't I?
No, F7 hangs.
Oh, right, sorry. That is in the main, yes. So, bishop b4, queen b4, it's not. I don't know. Very terrible, is it?
No, this
There may be a strong move at this moment.
bishop d5 or something is quite irritating.
Yeah, you're going to get around that. I mean, I was assuming I was going to go queen to the, I was going to give one pawn back, but only one. But
Yeah, I mean, maybe you can go. Yeah,
maybe you just play bishop d6 or something.
yeah. I mean, we will take go queen
G8
queen b7. Maybe we go e4.
or 98 or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think I'm-
You should be all right. No, I mean, you should be all right there.
I mean, I'm not very happy, but I don't expect to lose. There is, got to be careful about bishop d5. Maybe e4 is better, because even if they win.
I think e4 will just always be a yeah.
I mean, because they can win the e4 probably by going and taking them back. But then you sit there with the rook
Yeah,
and bishop.
I'm not really worried about that. I think.
I'm not very well. But okay, at least you could do it. I mean, it seems.
Yeah, no, it seems this e6 bishop b7 is a nice trick, and yeah, something like bishop b6 is quite. I mean, it's quite risky. I mean, you can get a pawn on e7. Should be able to do something with that.
Something bad could happen in a bad day.
Yeah, but he went anyway. He went. Whoops. He went.
And if I wanted to, I could play knight d5 after bishop b6. And I could. My queen would hang in b3. So
Yeah, your queen hangs on b3. But okay, but
anyway, he's got knight d2.
this is quieter.
They're going to swap some boys. Something like bishop b8, knight d7, or anything sensible, get pieces to use them as well.
So we've got a bit of grinding going on here. Knight d4, h5, b4, b4.
So what's happened after the rook's double d3 took? Oh, right. Now White's getting what he wants. Does he want to play g3 or he doesn't want to play h3 and fix, let's see. Does fix those pawns, but I don't know. You want to play d4 what do you want? Or?
I don't want to play b4. I want to bring my king to c7 really,
You
but
can still do that, all right.
I can do it. It's true.
Yeah, there are some. I also don't know whether I want to play g3 or not.
Yeah, it's a bit of a toughie really. Always these positions to know
Well,
quite which.
yeah, I mean, if the rooks were up, I'd be really, really happy with white. Because I think I could fiddle around with the rest of the turn to get longer. And eventually something amusing might occur. That's as if the rooks were up, you can get pawn on f4 and pawn on h4. Then you can start popping your king gently towards c7, can't you?
Yeah,
And if he goes king c7, you go f5 and start to push that. Probably.
I think maybe you just start moving your king over. I'm not quite sure how I'd want my pawns,
Yeah.
and then just see what Black comes up with. But this is pleasant for White. This is going to be a very a rather miserable game for Black now.
Has he played h4 or not? Did he play? I'm sure he should. I was saying is if you have h4 against h3, then you don't control some of these outskirts.
Let's have a look at this one because this went quite well early on, but a4, rook e5, rook e1, rook d1, queen c2, takes. Oh, pawn recaptured. Queen d3. Well, I guess queen e4 check is going to be very dangerous if you take that pawn.
Yeah.
So somehow Black's managed to get the pawn back, but there's still some pressure
So
there.
you can go h4.
Yeah.
You can go h4 and d4, h5.
Rook f8 played. Queen f4, not taking the pawn at all. Very brave. Queen f6, rook c8, threatening queen c6, king h2, queen c6, offering the exchange. I think we were going to get to a draw here. I think Black's done a good.
That is a very sensible thing to do.
Yeah, Black's done a good job of
He loses the people.
neutralizing. So yeah, we're heading for a draw there as well.
What is going on in the match?
I think Oxford's looking quite good so far, I think. But oh yeah, this has gone horribly wrong for White, or gone somewhat wrong. So let's have a look how that carried on. So Black on a pawn. Knight a4, that's a bit of a nasty move. Aiming for 4c3. Queen d3, knight c3. Rook d2, bishop d5. So yeah, in principle, Black's yeah, in control. It's a clear extra pawn. Bishop
Well,
e2.
there are no tactics to that pawn in D5 after knight a4. There's nothing clever you could do.
I don't know. I would have thought not, to be honest. But
Well, I wonder if I could go some route with the queen or something, h3 or something for some reason. I don't know why.
queen where? Queen.
Just h3 maybe.
Oh, h3 in this position.
Maybe because I'll rook d7 at the end or something. And I won't, but I don't know.
Well, when I just go rook takes c2 and then knight c3. Or,
Yeah, you probably will. And I'll play 2. You got knight e2 check.
Yeah.
Material, haven't you? Well,
yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not going to be good, is it? I don't know, it just felt like there should be something with that pawn in d5 on a good day.
Yeah.
But maybe it's got to be a very good day at that point.
I think we were hoping for a really good day there.
Yeah. Okay, and then if you go queen b3, you don't care about the equal, do you? Very much.
No, but I still fork you with knight
So what
c3.
happened to the look here? Is,
h5 played, which obviously
so basically Black's pawn up with the big horse.
Black's a pawn up with a big horse.
So the horse is picking.
Could have played f5. That's maybe not so.
Maybe a good idea. I'm just picking the horse. It's not doing the war. You probably do need to pick, actually, don't you?
I think kicking is definitely a good idea.
Yeah.
Knight comes to g6. Yeah, I would have played f5, I think, rather than allow this. But okay, f3, queen h3, rook a d1. Because yeah, I would have played f5. But rook d7, h4. Whoa, h4. This is getting a bit random now. Queen f2, a5. I'm not sure. Well, White's got definite chances here. Oh, a5 played, and yeah, this is what we're. It's always the same. You think that that one player's in control, but then stuff happens.
Yeah, but could you have played g4 actually rather than
G4 is definitely.
Well, with the queen and e3, I prefer to do that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to go queen to g5 to h5 check takes knight, but probably get stuff on.
I think G4 was a good move. I think it's still a decent move here, actually. I think.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure how the queen gets knight works, whether it gets a draw or not. Probably does.
But I think if you go G4 here, then yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure what.
But I must have rather have my queen in e3 than maybe than there's e5 and.
Yeah, I don't think it makes that much
well,
difference.
I just prepared knight f4, which is well.
It's good that you can get your bishop round there as well, I think. But yeah, no, this looked like a clear pawn, but I think letting the knight get kicked away was not a good. It was not a good idea there. So queen f2 a5. Yeah, Black's probably still better, but it's random enough now to for White to have some hope as well, I guess. But yeah, there's a weak second rank, there's a weak back rank as well. So yeah, it's a bit hard for White short of time as well. It's a bit difficult for White to really profit from the activity that he has. But yeah, felt that it would have been better to stop this from happening. But okay, let's going to see what's going to happen with the time trouble. Let's have a look at this game. King e2, h5 played. Knight e4, bishop g4, rook f5. So Imogen a pawn up. Very good pawn in principle. But could have been a piece up. But we can't have everything in life, John. That's what we learn. Oh, good Lord. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh.
She's allowed to have this 5 check, actually.
So we're back into a draw. Ah, that's terrible for yeah. It's a real shame that one. So yeah, real shame. Yeah. So yeah, just all got a little bit strange, really, didn't it? And you just would have needed a really would need to be really precise, I think, in this position, and just went a little bit wrong there. Well. So this is Tom against Kobe. What have we got? A few more moves. Oh. So Bishop C2 played. So Kobe living with the spirit of John. Bishop B4 played, which I hadn't expected. Takes. Hitting the pawn on B4. Rook B8, and then rook takes C7. So Tom's just taken basically a different way of being 2 pawns up. And after B3, rook F1. That is a very unpleasant move to face. I think, Black is really completely lost here. This rook G4 played. So you're going to be, you're basically your 7th rank. Your king's going to be completely empty, completely denuded somehow. It's going to be tough. Should just be a pretty clear win for White. But yeah, of course, things can always happen. But looking good for White. So that's looking. You sort of say 1-0 to Oxford for that one. This is a very interesting game. Freddie against Emil. We were looking at all sorts of things. What happened? E4, Queen D4, Rook C1. Actually, it happened. Oh, Rook EA8. H3, Rook A6. Wow. Unexpected. Yeah, so what is going to happen if we just go Rook B7? It's very strange to put the rooks here at first sight. Yeah, I don't know. I'm surprised about that, because the C6 pawn wasn't really dangerous. As soon as the rook took the pawn, the black rooks get to the B file, and there's some very dangerous invasion there. So yeah, this plan looks a bit odd somehow. Just putting the rooks on the doubled on the A file, which is closed. I'm not quite sure how you're thinking to make any progress after that. Or maybe he's thinking of playing Rook A5 to B5. Could that be the idea?
Does Rook B7 happen?
Not yet.
And could White play Rook B4 or Rook B7?
Could play Rook B4, yeah. Threatening Rook takes C4.
Yes.
Well, then we go Rook C4. Oh, there's a game. Is it
6 draw.
Is that Daniel's game or?
Dominic Miller, Remy Rushford.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah. That was the one. That was this one, where we said Black was offering Rook and 3 versus Rook and 2. White's decided that that's fair enough. He trusts the opponent's technique to hold Rook and 3, Rook and 2. I'm not sure about that really. I think you could easily just carry on for another 100 moves on that one. But okay, that's agreed to draw there. Yeah, then you could play Rook C4, just heading back to the other game there.
What's happened? That's all happened.
No, that hasn't happened, but this would be rather irritating.
That would be a moving three quarters, wouldn't it?
Well, it's not so clear, is it, really?
Queen in rule check.
I mean, this has some possibilities. I'm not sure. I can imagine this being not turning out well for white.
You presume you go king h2, don't you? That would rook b2, and then I suppose they'll do bishop f1 and some. I was trying to get bishop b5 and takes queen and something to get my queen. To
Yeah, no, this move bishop f1 is kind of nasty.
Yeah, I can play queen e1 and try to go that way towards g3, but I'm not really.
You're a bit slow there.
I'm a bit slow, yeah. Feels a bit slow.
So yeah, not clear at all. This one, it's a very interesting game. He's played rook b7 and now rook a5. Yeah, this was Emil's idea then. It was to go rook b5 and yeah, try and activate his queenside majority. Again, it's not a move that I would necessarily have chosen myself, but
That queen f4 over the screen up before, shouldn't it?
ooh,
Play queen f6, but you made a slight mess of the position.
yeah, that is actually rather a move, isn't it? Queen f6 played.
So are we now going to play queen g3 and try to play bishop b5, or can it take and then pretend that the position is okay? I mean, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not sure actually. I mean, queen g3, we could go rook b5 and bishop b5, queen g5. So and those pawns are going to get quite dangerous if. It's one of those strange sort of games where you're not at all sure about any of the moves that have been played, really, but they seem to have worked out really quite well. You know, it's so I don't know. Yeah. You know, in any case, very interesting play here, and
There's still a full point through the side.
yeah, I don't know. This is.
Want to keep the queens on as well, I think, but I don't know. Was queen g5 at c1? Sorry.
Yeah. Queen g5 hits c1 as well. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, that's quite important. Isn't it?
Yeah, this is quite. Let's have a little look. See what else is happening. I was expecting or Ashvin against Jan, so we've had lots of moves. Jan was going for the old king d5. Oh, Fischer-esque. Bishop takes h2. King d3 played.
Oh, he allowed c3 to fit.
No, I thought, that was the move I was thinking of. So
Well, you're allowing it.
yeah, I thought just after rook c8, you just go rook takes a6, and
So I saw the king's all the way over in d3.
yeah. No, it seemed like
I think just play bishop c3 I suppose you go rook c6.
you go rook c6 and the whole thing. So yeah, but this has turned out very nicely, and e4 check is going to be quite an unpleasant little idea now.
So what were the last couple of moves? I mean, you should be trying to get us into c4. Possibly can, is the bishop on prise.
No, the bishop was on prise. Yeah, that's why I played.
So c3. Go back. So wasn't the white king at f2? Was it already on e2?
It was on f2.
So wasn't there time to get into c4 or not?
No, the bishop was hanging on d6.
So there was no.
No, there was no window of opportunity there. It was really. Then, unfortunately, this king on d5 ends up getting trapped somehow. So after bishop h2, king d3, we've just got threats of e4 coming in. So bishop e5, e4 is quite a nice self-mate. So
Pretty good for black. So,
yeah, no, it's pretty grim, really. So I think that Ashvin is going to win that quite soon. It's a really big win there for Oxford there. And again, somebody who's been really, really good for Cambridge in the last varsity matches. So yeah, yeah, very big win there. Let's have a look. Tom against Kobe. Let's just have a quick look, see what's happening there. There's been a lot of chopping of pieces. Oh, good Lord. As you'll see, Tom tried to give mate. We tried to do a lawnmower, but yeah, I mean, this is now perfectly resignable. So yeah, well played game from Tom. Missed some chances, it's true, but played yeah, very controlled fashion, never in doubt. So yeah, that was a big matchup because both those were really by far rating wise the strongest players on both sides. So yeah, very impressive. This is a very interesting game. Oh, Freddie has taken on f6 and played rook c3, and oh, rook a6 played. I was expecting rook b5. Ah, okay. After rook b5, then I think takes, and c6 would have happened.
You can maybe play rook b5, rook b6 as well.
Yeah, that's possible. So what Emil has played is actually quite a subtle little idea. He's played the move rook a6. Yeah. So what happens after rook b6, I'm not entirely sure about. This feels like it's heading for a draw, this one, I think. I mean, White could even start thinking about playing bishop f4 to c1, but I mean, maybe presumably at some stage Black's going to play bishop. I'm not sure. No, this looks. This is just unclear, basically.
I mean, they're both trying to get in. But Black's kingside could come and shoot at some point for one bishop.
Yeah. No, I think after rook b6, I think that White's doing quite nicely, actually. So interesting. That was not very clear what was going to happen there, but let's have a look. Ashvin still going. Ooh, lots more moves. Yeah. Rook f6 played. Ooh, another one went. And he's just taking things. Ashvin's a very sensible player. He'll just, if you leave pawns on priest, he'll take them. It is very annoying. It's a very annoying trait of his, but it seems to win a lot of chess games. So no, it's board 7. Let's have a look. Yeah, this is a quite. Ooh, lots has happened. Rook b7. Ooh, that's risky. Rook b7. Just risky to get off the file like that. Oh, okay. So threatening rook c1. So queen g2 was played. Oh, now Black's really in control here. Rook d7. So e5 played. King h3 takes, and b5. And now rook 7 d5 played. So, okay, so White's threatening now to take on c2 and take on b5. That is at least positive news. However,
Black Knight should be going somewhere back there now. Possible.
yeah.
Not that, I mean, White's obviously keep something.
I mean, I guess we should be. If we go b4, we're just going to take and go bishop e5. Sorry, rook takes c2 first, and then bishop e5. Which is
You have to take the C2 first.
yeah, you have to take on c2 first, and then bishop e5.
And then there is no rule is trick.
I can't see any tricks. I thought there might be some tricks, but I can't see any.
I mean, you get the point of B2, it's got this to draw.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's nothing. So I think maybe what you should do after rook d5, you're going to have to take on d2. Rook to d2, and then, well, okay, but you've still got quite a lot of technical work still to do there somehow.
Maybe just F6.
Yeah, no, that's right.
Just,
Yeah. No, I think you do it, and then you're just going to gradually maybe.
You're going to try to move your horse around towards, say, G5,
Yeah.
aren't you? Towards
Yeah.
some unpleasantness, but even so, it's not.
No, a bit of a
It's not
technical.
very close to this.
Yeah, slightly better for black. Better for black, but yeah, not clear. Somehow White, somehow it's kind of got equalised, or yeah. Oh, b4. No, it hasn't been played yet. Sorry.
Oh, there is this position. No.
Let's have a look. Daniel, are they still going? Good Lord, they're still going. Well, there we are. Still going on that.
There's no horse in the C6.
Yeah, Black's got the two bishops. Ah, okay. Black's.
Slightly better by now, I don't know.
I'm not
Knight
sure.
and C6, maybe.
No, I don't know. I'm not
I mean,
sure.
knight and C6 is great when there are pieces to
Yeah.
have in, but when there's nothing to have in, it sort of stares at it, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I guess Black's looking for h4, so you should probably go h4 with White, I guess. And then, but yeah, okay. Maybe Black's pressing just a little bit there. So
I've got 19.
White's got 19 seconds. I don't know how accurate those are, but yeah, no, maybe they are accurate actually. But we must be close to move 40, right? Oh, wait a minute, what's happened there? E5 played. Wow.
What?
What? Geh. Oh my goodness. D takes e5, d6 played, but bishop c6 is sort of possible.
C6 seems to win for one thing.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah, because I mean, you can simply take on here.
Got much too excited.
Yeah, I think got excited all of a sudden. Oh, wow.
Okay, well, that's normal.
Yeah, that should be winning for black.
We're good. We've
Yeah.
got extra cool now, just to check.
Yeah, that looks very
We
good.
totally missed that, I suppose.
I guess he missed d6. Yeah. Oh dear. Well, that's quite serious then, because that was really looking like a clear draw.
We have two contenders for the worst game. Beforehand, there was only one clear winner, now we've got two.
Oh, a4. I don't like a4. Don't like it. Because my king can't. I mean, yeah, you might do it at some stage, but oh, a5. Wowsies.
What?
That is a confident move.
What? A5?
That is a confident move. I mean, then you're claiming that really that you're going to win this on the king's side, but I can't believe this.
Not playing through draw.
I don't believe you're doing very much there. Well, it's not an easy one.
Well, I mean, you've always got b5. That's always.
What's happened? More, what's he from that?
Yeah, g3 h3, rook e1.
Yeah, but also something down from the F-file. I suppose it's going to be good in E5, but
Yeah, this is the current position then. So, yeah, a bit surprised by a4 a5, but it's not terminal on the queen side. I mean, b5 breaks still possible. So, but it is a little bit. Yeah, I would have preferred to have played it slower and kept the opportunity to bring my king in through b4 a5. I think.
how do you feel about bishop F5 check now? Is it ridiculous?
Bishop f5 check.
I mean, you can take it, it's probably going to play the h4 side, but I don't know if black's rook gets anywhere sensible. That's, and if you do nothing, I'll put it in E4 moments.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of it's pretty confrontational. So yeah, we better take it. And then are we going rook f1 or
When do rook F1 to F4?
feels slow, but
Yeah, that's it's good to H4, isn't it? You don't particularly want rook G4 to export that, do you? But even if you do it, I can't decide. I feel quite probably better, but I don't know.
I mean, what if I go? I mean, basically, I want to meet. If I just come over here, then
Am I right?
king g5.
Yeah, I thought maybe that. And then just go rook E7, rook F7 is trying to put a rook in E4 or something.
Well, that's the if rook f4, I go rook e7. Yeah, I just wait basically, and well, look, can I wait? Maybe I can't wait. I was thinking.
Yeah, perhaps I haven't got a move there. Well,
Well, I could go king g4, I suppose, couldn't I? Again. But that's be said. I mean, if I checked and took here, for example, rook e4, and then went king c3, that's maybe not so.
I wasn't sure about this.
Do I give you lots of checks? Maybe I just give you lots of checks.
I thought I might go rook to the H and try to get the H and G4 to move in. I don't know if I'm going to be. But I think black takes an age to get them. Very excited at it.
You think so?
I think you're doing that as well, yeah. And if king d4 check, I really, you know.
Are you quick? Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say these endings.
Yeah, I'm not going to go rook g8 check and then start to push these down and say, well, you can probably make some pass forwards while you do my king and get somewhere in the inside corner. Have some sort of a rookish race.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I'm not. Yeah, I didn't know about this.
We'll be right,
Oh, but wait a minute. What have we got
I
here?
don't think that would happen.
I don't think bishop F1 is working.
Bishop f5 has been played in actual fact.
Has it?
After king c3, but then king c3 was played, and now bishop e4.
Well, that's definitely improved that.
Now this is really good. This is interesting for black. Maybe some interest for black. Maybe, who knows?
You take the F5, are you threatening to go rook h4 now, or is that ridiculous?
Well, it doesn't really achieve that much, does it?
I didn't know how the ending was if you did that. That's all.
I think the ending is probably quite nasty if you take on g3, go h2 to h1.
But who's better and why?
Well, it must be white, surely.
Yeah, white can't be worse.
I I mean, you've always got these b5 breaks. You've got your
Well,
g3.
if he just leaves his king and c3 and moves his knight to one of the 6 squares available, then there is no possibility of his looks like, is there? Or is there? Whereas king e5, bishop e1 against knight d4.
I think that could just wait for rook takes g3 to work when white's forgotten that it works.
Yeah, this is looking. I would expect black to hold this now, really, with the bishop like that on e4. Actually, Daniel didn't go for. Oh, d7. Yeah, he didn't play e6. I don't know whether he was he afraid of. White played d7 straight away, so I guess after e6 we would go d8 queen. We probably go takes, and
Then c7. But you can play e4 like that.
no, you can even go bishop g2, and then you've got f6 actually. So
Yeah, so I don't know why he needs to do that.
no, so he took on d7 anyway, went king g7. So, well, we got a.
So he's now got two extra pawns.
Nah, it should be. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure about this one, but
No, I'm not sure.
I think we certainly try and put the bishop on the a7 g1, don't you? Yeah.
If you get the bishop to d4, it's definitely unpleasant.
Yeah.
You probably start with e6, don't you?
Yeah, yeah.
It's just useful to play
There's
e6.
absolutely no doubt black falls in this position.
Yeah, it's probably pretty good likelihood. Yeah. Let's have a look. Has this one been drawn yet, actually? Or?
Imogen may be repeating last year.
Oh no, I didn't want to say it, but
Didn't take on h5. So what have they got to?
well, this so this is where we left it. I didn't want to jinx it, but oh no.
She's going to lose that.
Well, I don't know. Let's have a look what the damage is. b6, c5. Okay, knight c6, bishop a4.
Your opponent knows this.
Just switch things, actually.
Rook g5, takes, rook e6, rook a6. Oh no! Whoa.
Is she starting to look like a chance of losing that, surely?
Well, I mean, if we went
Well, if you
c4, if we play c4 here.
If you play really well, I imagine
Sorry?
A4.
a4 after c4.
it makes sense, doesn't it? It stops.
That is quite nasty.
It's definitely unpleasant.
Oh my goodness me. Yeah, no. Oh dear. Well, that's the Varsity match. That's why we watch. But yeah, that's yeah. Maybe you should just be trying to get your knight active. King f6, knight g6, or something. And
You also can't get the knight c3 thing by playing c3. There's always bishop e6 check.
yeah, I mean, I think maybe you should be trying to. I mean, actually, white can actually improve the position with a4 to a5 before you actually do anything, because this rook's gorgeous along here. I mean, maybe you should just play king g7, maybe. Okay, 7 then. Oh, dear me.
I
Yeah.
think c4 is probably the right move. I think you have to try to do some d4, 4, 4, knight e5 thing at some moment when it doesn't lose the piece.
Well, that is the crux of the matter, John.
It is, yes. I was thinking after a4, I might check a few times and put the rook at e5, and then rook takes pawn. I don't know. No, it's very, I mean, I'm not a happy bunny. Okay, round back here, play rook e2.
No, I don't know, John. I don't think it's not really doing it. I mean,
Well, of course it isn't. No.
oh my goodness.
Nobody is suggesting this position is quite much. Just Black.
Oh, dear
Well,
me.
with that, at least I'll go D4,
Well, you can. I'll take it.
and I'll play knight D5. Are you happy?
Fairly happy, I think.
If I go check and check, it's another way. So I have to go King H6, I suppose, don't I?
Then I'll go. Well, I don't know. You're getting out to play here, John. I mean, that's absolutely true.
I mean, C3 is at least something. But,
Yeah, knight b4 as well is
well, with
also.
C3, if I get to connect them, I have the old
Bishop
professional check.
B5.
Bishop B5, that's so rude. I'll play knight B4 though.
Yeah.
It's also somewhat rude, I think.
Yeah, no, I think.
There is Rook F7 check.
It's always wrong.
No.
Rook E6.
I don't know if that's a very good idea.
She's played c4 anyway, John. So that's first step. Let's have a look. What else have we got? Tom against Kobe. Has this one finished yet? No, we're. Oh, sort of wondering. We could have just gone over to the B pawn and grabbed it. Still completely winning this.
H5, is that a good idea?
I didn't think it was a great idea, but it's still completely winning. So
Yeah, I thought we should be trying to keep it all tight at the back.
but looks like Tom's going to make this one. This was the interesting, a really interesting one. Rook
If I
b6.
put King H6, Rook D4, you can try to stalemate yourself back in. I put the King H6 and hopefully forward to the center King H4. It takes
Yeah.
quite a lot of effort to stalemate yourself.
You're going to have to. We'll have a look at the. We'll have a look at the live cam to see whether Kobe's acting skills have kicked in. So f5 played, bishop f5. Oh, it looks like Emil has sort of started bailing out here.
Well, he's not really bad. You take it, then.
Bishop d5. So this is the.
Or can you start attacking it? But you started attacking with the rooks and pieces? I mean, I'm starting to think that you can maybe do something rather unpleasant after bishop e6.
No, I'm not sure.
I think
Wow.
I'm probably pushing my luck a bit, but I'm thinking
Yeah.
I'll go rook d8 and bishop e5 and start thinking about hidden checkmate.
You're close. I think you're definitely close, but I'm not sure. And we've always got moves like rook a8 as well, just to.
Yeah, I know. And it's,
So, but yeah, this is so. Yeah, white should definitely be okay here anyway, at the very
Yeah.
least now. So
I'm not going to rook h4 after bishop e6. You know, I know bishop a2 is scary, but I just don't like it.
yeah, I don't know.
Bishop e5 will stop that pawn from winning for a long time.
That is true.
I think I'm asking a little bit too much. I'll probably use bishop a2. Yeah, you can play bishop e5 here, or you can play. No, you
Well-
can't play bishop e5, can you? Because then takes and takes bishop. Okay, if you can't go to e5, then. No, I can play rook takes rook and
What is it? Rook B6.
rook d6 and takes bishop.
Rook B1 check.
Yeah. Okay.
Nah, it's maybe a little
I'm
bit
getting
much.
overexcited.
I think we can't
Yeah,
can't
no,
blame
I'm
can't
not
blame
sure.
Freddie for.
Let's go rook to c2 to e2. Yeah. So-
Yeah, I mean, I think you can just build up quite nicely here as well. So.
It must be quite a big advantage for white. So.
Yeah, there's a few little turnarounds there. So what are we saying? Tom is going to win that against Kobe. So that's for Oxford. Yeah, Freddie against Emil. Well, that's looking decent for Cambridge. Sorry, no. Yeah, Freddie is Cambridge. Yeah, Freddie is Cambridge. Ashvin, yeah, obviously is looking very good. God, we're still carrying on. Ooh, you got the other pawn as well. Oh, there's a lot of pawns. A lot of pawns have gone here.
So we're down to 5 against 1, aren't we?
No, we're down to 5 against 0.
Oh dear. 5 against 0 is possibly a time to resign.
Oh, oh!
What did he heard next door?
What did he play?
Well, he played rook takes f6, but to finish off the game, but that allowed rook d8 and king4. But it's still winning, of course, but somehow quite hilarious. A5 played, yeah. I think Ashwin will win that, but it is kind of hilarious. That's
It's definitely that, yeah. I mean, it must be said that with the king and the 3 pawns and the bishop on the king's side.
yeah. I think it's gone. I think it's gone now.
Well, 5 pawns is quite a lot, isn't it? You know, normally
5
two
pawns.
are-
It can
two are
definitely be recommended as a winning advantage.
It's exciting love.
It's starting to be interesting. Yes, but
So this game, yeah, this is going to be good for Oxford. This one as well. Oh no. Okay. Max against. Okay, they're thinking about this one. Rook
Well, you
f1
sit
check.
there, don't you? You just take it, but I mean, like, puts the bishop on b6 and goes f5 and d4 and
This one is takes, b4, rook d5, f6, rook b5, rook c4, king g4. Played. So yeah, I don't know, something like.
I'm assuming you want to get the knight out somewhere sensible. Maybe Baron H8, I don't know. Maybe like 7, but yeah, maybe Knight H8. But rook E7.
Yeah, nicey.
I quite like that because it goes to f7 and then to either d6 or g5.
Knight e7 is also not so silly.
No, sure. I wanted to. I like using the corners if I can.
Yeah, knight e7 would be quite decent as well. It's a tough little technical game. Do we dare go to game 8? Oh, bishop e6 check, king f8 played. Rook a7, rook g1. Rook g oh, good lord, yes. So
So now there are many much chess.
so is white going to go for it? Is white going to go king e3 to d4?
Well, he's very much. That's fair. Would have been a good idea to make some love, really, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, so still fighting. Great. That's what we want to see. Everything going until the very end. Twists and turns, unexpected. Rook d4. Let's have a look to see whether Kobe's.
How likely are we to get rook bishop against rook? Do you think of that?
Not very likely. Not very likely.
So now rook to the 7th would not be a good move.
Indeed. Now let's have a look. We've got to have a look now at the acting of Kobe. That's what we've got to have a look. So stop sharing, share screen, one's view, allow.
Well, there's only one move, though.
Yeah, continue.
Looking more distinguished on the screen.
Ah, right. So the board has been left.
Yes.
Nobody's there.
That is good.
Brilliant acting there. Let's have a look. Ashwin. Has he lost some pawns, Ashwin? Well, oh, I would love one, actually. If I could have the same mixture again, it feels like the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away somehow. It's that would be absolutely brilliant. Thanks so much, Asha. It's really nice. What has Ashwin done, actually? I'm wondering. haven't done well with the chat there.
What's doing that here?
Natasha's getting me one actually. So
Yeah, I should just get you one.
yeah.
I just think I should have. I can't see it.
Somebody's asking whether Dr. Nunn is present,
Dr. Nunn is present. You haven't.
but not.
Online.
Yeah, it's Kenneth Regan actually asking whether.
Yeah, I mean, Dr. Nunn, it's a long way to come from Cornwall.
Yeah, he's quite in the sticks now.
Yeah, he lives in Cornwall. Yeah.
When did he relocate?
A couple of years ago, I think. Yeah.
5 or 10 years ago.
So let's have a
He
look.
considers himself more or less honorary Cornish, extraordinary troll.
Oh, takes
They got to the
rook takes a6 played. Okay.
one, rook a6. It's not very often. Is it?
Bishop f4. I think he's going to go bishop c1. Yeah, I think he's looking to equalize it. I think.
They won't equalise it. It'll be a corner.
Yeah, but I mean, I think he's looking to stabilize it. Stabilize. That's what I mean.
Because I must say, I would be looking to hurt it if I had those roots and bishops.
Yeah, no, it's possible. Absolutely possible. But Ashvin, I think, has Ashvin lost his a pawn?
The others take the 8 one, aren't you? You just play bishop c1 and
Why did he play a6?
did he?
He did. And played b5. Yeah. I don't know, but he's still completely winning. So, it's,
I mean, you'll stay completely winning while it remains 4 corners.
but there was, when the Leela engine first came out, it was they somehow these AI algorithms naturally they're very poor at putting positions away. So whenever it was like 3 queens up or something, it would give up all of the queens and give everything back and then win in 150 moves. So. It's I'm getting it's not like that, but this is it is very strange.
Yeah, I mean, he does seem to be taken over by some.
It's how strange. I can't understand this move a6.
Nor can I. Totally.
He just gave away the pawn.
He must be incredibly tense that much. But you forget that you could take it.
Watching this stream back after is not going to make him feel any. Yeah, no, it's just very strange. Yeah.
You can put the bishop in c5 and king on b7, then advance your a pawn, can't you?
Well, now he's going to advance the b pawn. That's what he's going to advance.
All right. Well, give him a chance to lose that.
Even better, that's one too, and then you can try the cheap one.
Yeah, no, it's very.
Actually, it's very difficult to award a prize when they display something unbelievable in companies.
Maybe he doesn't want the prize. Did he get it last year? We got it.
Oh, he might have got it. He might.
He's had it before.
Yeah,
He's overcome by a superfluity of rewards, and therefore decides to play bad moves to avoid being showered with honours.
Well, maybe the case actually.
Maybe, but it's very strange. But anyway,
It really is very odd, isn't it? Okay, king b6 is quite sensible, isn't it?
I mean, he's obviously still going to win. But I don't understand. Yeah, he's a very sensible guy. He's just a very.
He's just enjoying it so much he doesn't want to make friends.
That is true. But you normally do that on online chess, really. You don't do that over the board.
No, online chess has effect in chess, doesn't it? A little bit.
Yeah, but this is very unusual. I don't really don't know what's happening there.
Use it, so,
Let's have a look. So this is going to be White's spending a long time thinking about this one, but it's going to be a toughie. It's going to be a toughie, this
Well,
one.
you might as well put the king in g2. You swear it's the-
Max French, Black was spending quite a long time on this one, I thought.
Yeah.
King e5 played. Well, this could still be quite exciting, I think.
This could send us to
I mean, I mean, Black's just gonna wait, isn't he? He's just gonna play.
You can play rook f8, can't you? I don't know if there was anything intelligent.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to work out what your
I mean, I'm not worried about the g3, am I? I mean, apart from the else. If I got at all worried, I could just sit there with the king and the knight forever.
No, I mean, you're not going to be worried about that. Only, I think only white can be better in those sort of positions.
Even if he loses his g4, that's very difficult. Black has no losing chances. As we said, with bishop d1 and king e5, you have to play king d3. Find that. You have 6 squares for the horse.
But what are we gonna do here? I mean, we might. I guess we might try and move the knight to f4.
I'm not going to go. I mean, I'm sort of,
Why not try and move the knight to f4? That would be a.
I might go rook h8 in a minute. I mean, you may need to play rook g3. I can go rook h8 and rook h6, then I have something for mating that. Have I had a good day with the following one?
Well,
I haven't.
you don't really have a mating net, do you, John?
Well, I mean, I'm trying to go rook e6 mate, at least.
That's not really a net, is it? It's just
It's just a cheap trick, which is mating one, yes. Okay, I have a mating net later, all right. What's the word? A red something. Reticule. A mating reticule.
Okay, but we've got threats. We've got threats.
So
Then,
if I
so-
got my rook at h6 and my king at e3, and that was moving around, could I then actually win somehow by pushing g4 gently up the board and say to black, you cannot move your rook, and I will checkmate you to get the nicely down. And other sort of implications. I mean, if I had rook f6, g5, king e3 against bishop e4, I suppose black has rook e7 to e8.
So okay, let me just
So
go.
at that stage, I have g5, d5, pawn c6, and resign.
Yeah, I mean, those b5 is not is certainly a. I mean, what if I just go rook h7 then, John? I'm just.
Yeah, okay, if you're rook h7, that's very rude. Possibly depending.
I mean, knight e2. I quite like knight e2, but
I'm interested in playing a g4, but I'm sorry, then after g4, I lose control of that. Excuse me, that's not good.
I'm actually interested in playing this move. So I just want to go. Yeah, knight f4, rook e8, and bring my king into d4. Actually,
You're not worried about d4 at all, like the heat nothing happens.
I'm not really worried now.
Yeah. I think worry is too strong a word, isn't it?
It's but this might be quite irritating.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is. Well, if the king was e3, it would probably be quite good for one, wouldn't it?
We'll manage. I mean, it's kind of a threat, right? King d2 already.
Is it black off with d4?
I go rook e8 check.
Rook e8 check does actually work material.
Yeah.
So it
So
doesn't work a lot of stuff.
this is maybe actually. I'm starting to think this is actually rather awkward for. Well, my biggest. I'm actually wondering whether you'll put it on the engines, and the engines will say yes. A5 was absolutely correct because the position was winning on the king side, so you didn't need to do anything at all on the queen side.
I mean, it might say that. I mean,
Yeah, it's not not impossible. I've seen positions with that sort of stuff somehow. It's always quite bizarre. Sorry.
Have you looked at the tournament in private this week? There have been some amazing, very strong tournaments, a couple of Navarre and Rapport and some of the Indians. They're really hacking.
Yeah.
And I was watching, just sort of gently snoozing and watching, and they were going from +4 to -4 on several boards in one move.
I've seen a few really very interesting games.
Did
Yeah.
you see the trick that Historic played against Navarre?
No, I haven't. No, I just I saw I saw the Prague game against Rapport, which was quite.
Which that one was. But certainly I destroyed against Navarra, went from -4 to +4 in one move.
Oh, the rook d6 trick. Yeah. That was actually very nice. My
It was a
goodness.
horrible thing to do. Such a nice point.
You shouldn't do stuff to nice people, but you do. That's the nature of chess. But-
That was, no, I think it was destroyed against Navarra.
Yeah, Abdusarov. That's right.
It was a filthy trick.
Ooh.
Sort of, dirty background trick.
But I think that what we can conclude is that my move knight e2 has absolutely silenced John on this position. In awe, he's simply gazing at the position and
I'm gazing at all, I can see it, and I'm thinking, that's a horrid move, yes.
I think White's winning. I'm actually
White's winning, actually.
I actually starting to think that White's winning.
It's certainly deeply unpleasant. If I can get the king back to e3 and then play knight back to d4, I think I probably am.
I think this is actually very, very difficult for Black. Somehow putting the bishop on e4 hasn't really improved matters in a way.
Not really, has it? No.
Strange those things. Let's have a look. Have we had any more moves on here?
Where actually are they?
I'm actually wondering whether the digital board is really working, because I can't believe that White would just be thinking forever here.
In this position, I can't imagine we would be thinking for more than 3 seconds before playing.
You can't. To be honest, you can't really bear it for very much for that long. To be honest, so yeah. No. In general, looking at the position, you wouldn't want to be spending 20 minutes looking at this. But I don't know.
In this position, no,
Yeah.
why? No, that's the advantage of blitz, isn't it? You have the horrific position, and you don't actually have to spend a lot of time doing
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
You just suffer for a few minutes, and then they finish you off, and then you.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm wondering whether the live board is still working on that one. But
Yeah, it's hard to say.
let's have a look. This one still carrying on. Knight e7 played. F4. Ooh. F4. That's quite a. Ooh. Could be good.
Can you take it? Is there going
Um,
to be a rook to the 7th, triple E? Maybe. No, it's rook e4. So can't you take?
on F4, I guess.
Yeah. If Paul takes, I'm going to play rook e4. Find out what horror awaits.
Yeah, I mean, that's just good. So you've got to take with the king, and that feels like it's improved. I mean, we could just play F5, couldn't we?
Maybe.
Maybe. John, it's a racing certainty that we can play F5. This has been calculated by one of England's premier grandmasters. You must realise that this comes with a stamp of approval, a guarantee for 10 years of tactical correctness.
Excellent. Oh, I'm very pleased to hear that. Well, you are a very good tactician, mate. I think I have to go away and then try to play bishop c1 to d2.
Yeah.
But I am suffering, yes.
Knight g6 check.
Knight g6 check. Yeah.
No, it's a bit strange F4, yeah?
Well, pawn takes, rook takes. You can take that with the pawn, at least you keep the structure. You try to get some rook to the 7th or something, because it's not at all obvious.
Now we're going to have knight d5s, aren't we? We're going to...
Well, okay, so we play king f3 first, or king f3 first?
King f3, but I'm very keen on playing...
I mean, king f3, rook c4, I do have rook e7. You can then play knight d5.
I can go to knight d5, yeah.
I was thinking knight f5 is good, but knight d5.
This is not nice. He's played e takes f4, yeah. So I think
Okay, that should be
I think Black's looking very good here. Black's looking very good.
Has this been played?
Yeah, e takes f4 has been played. Yeah. Let's have a look. What's happened on board 8? I think a draw would be. Oh no, king e3 has been played. Ta-da! Charge with the king. Oh, a check. Oh, I guess you're worried about knight c6. And king d4, but a rook d2 check. We didn't need to do that straight away, did we? We could just go king f6.
Do you think he's going to get rook and square?
King 6. Okay, king
If
f6.
he can go to e5, if it was knight 7, it'd be a knight c6.
Yeah. Now this is Black's doing fine again now.
Is it? That's close.
I think so. Yeah. Well, I mean, rook a6 is has got to be the move, hasn't it?
Rook a6, king e5, bishop 4a7.
And the question is where, but maybe we just go to d.
Three or something?
Well, I was thinking knight f5 then, maybe
Maybe.
blocks. Well, there's still tricks. There's still tricks, but I thought maybe bishop d7.
I mean, if I take that, am I losing or anything? If I take that and go rook e8, am I losing? I thought maybe not.
But bishop d7 could be. Oh, we've got another result. 1-0. Kobe's acting skills did not manage to.
Kobe was really interesting. Kobe was playing with total indifference, not sitting on the board and just making the moves, hoping Tom just
Walking to the start.
walk into something.
I personally have the theory that he was playing a bit of psychology and not wanting to be the first one to get a loss.
That could be true too.
Now this is still quite. Is there a problem with rook e6 check?
Baron had it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what to do here.
We have to go back to g8.
Or king f4 maybe.
King f4 maybe, yeah, then rook e6. And then
2-1-4.
I mean, we can start doing stuff. I mean, well, maybe
you can
d4.
start doing d4 stuff these days, yeah.
Yeah, but maybe I don't know. Do I go rook d6 or something like this? Or
Well, we're going to go rook
No.
e6, you have to go back to g8,
that's possible.
Also,
Do I go d4?
they go there as well, yeah. But I mean,
Maybe.
rook e6, d4, rook takes like one, this one, bishop a4 is like the draw. Okay, white is trying to win, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, it's a toughie. It's going to it's going to go to the wire. I think this one.
You can also go rook f6 check, possibly. Drive that king away a little bit.
Yeah, rook f6 check. Also, that's a very sensible move. Yeah,
It's possible, anyway, I don't know.
yeah. Just drive the king away and then
And then hit the horse somehow.
hit the horse. Yeah, no, it's crazy. Oh, yeah, it's just going to be a crazy. Oh, Ashwin has won against Jan Peter. Let's have a look how it finished. Did the b pawn queen or it was a b pawn? Then the g pawn came and the f pawn came. There we are. I wonder whether Jan played rook takes c5, thinking will Ashwin not take that? But yeah, king takes c5 played and Ashwin wins. Yeah, no, slightly strange way to finish off the game, but
Yes, the other side would take the rook.
but all good in the end. Let's have a look. This one, we sort of wondering whether the live board is still working. Oh no, the move has been played. Queen e3. Okay. Offering the exchange of queens.
So queen d6, yeah?
Yeah, I think we just retreat and then just bring the
Thick and fast, don't you?
bring the
Then
bishop.
the bishop. I don't think you can't take yet. It isn't when you-
No, I wouldn't take.
I mean, if it's moving, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, you just get the bishop active first,
Just
and
queen
then
d6, yeah?
yeah.
Like a normal human being.
yeah, I think so. I think that's good. Let's have a look what's happening with Freddie. Hand against Emil Poversky. A few more moves for k4. Yeah, he's gonna win the a pawn. But I think we're sort of well, okay. It's good.
C1 is sensible.
It's gonna be a long one, but
There's rook c4 now.
yeah, I mean this is just gonna be a draw.
Three rook c4.
Yeah, it's just gonna be a draw now. Yeah, just gonna be a draw.
Three sliding rook c4.
So that's going to be a draw, but obviously that's fine for
That's not really interesting, is it, after the rooks come off?
no, it's fine for Oxford. Max French. So this, I was thinking that this actually was just very good. Rook f8 played. This is going to be a win for White. I'm sure about that. I think Max is going to get his first point for in the varsity match.
I think you should try to take the pawn check.
It's probably the move to play now. Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
I don't know if we go pawn check. We split play pawn to h2. I don't know if we go d8 check before taking.
I think we do, don't we? Yeah.
You'll go to back to e5 anyway, haven't you? Other moves you could play is rook f5 check, but I don't think much is starting well. Yeah.
So I would have thought so. but not 100% sure.
I don't like that at all. So rook h8, yeah, check and go away. Takes. Put the king in e3 first. Yeah.
I was always wondering about b5 actually, but
Yeah, that's the reason. Wonder about it. It might work.
because there I can come here, which is rather,
You take the c4.
yeah. So you take with a c pawn. Now I come.
Are you going to do it this way? Close. Haven't noticed that.
Could be quite nasty. I'm not sure.
I mean, you take it, yeah?
Yeah.
You play king before you play knight takes.
Well, I think king b4 is probably more thematic. Not sure. It's just this bishop's so dead over here. Not sure. Not sure. Okay, it's an idea anyway. But let's have a look at the normal stuff. So if we go, I guess we're going king to d3. Yeah.
Well, let's go back. Let's not give all the points yet. See, I still just find a way to be deeply on close. I mean, can we just go G5 or something and then go and try to take the b7, or is he going to get? If he gets the king to e5, we're trying to stop him getting the king to e5, aren't we? So say we put the king on e3 first, and then start pushing the g pawn. I suppose the bishop will go on for that diagonal and nothing will happen allegedly. Yeah, bishop e4.
I mean, I can just play. I could play this idea, right, and just go b5 here.
You certainly can do it.
But I guess that you're probably gonna. Are you going to be active?
I don't know. E5. I think maybe e5. C5. C5 might be good as well. Back to there. This is already dangerous to white, I think.
Yeah, this is already quite. I think this is already quite.
You know what?
I think we want to throw in g4 then maybe and just.
Well, maybe g4 and g5, and then I mean, if we just play knight takes d7 and get the king to d4 and start fiddling around with the horse, can we eventually get the horse somewhere where it attacks things? I suppose maybe it doesn't really do very much. But then that's a free check, yeah?
Oh, just king f4 probably. Yeah. Oh, but this is really dangerous now. I mean, we get a knight to d4, we go g5 check, and it's just not clear where you want to retreat.
We can take king d4 as well, just d4, knight e5, king g5, and then start on c6. It's a pretty good way.
Yeah, this is really nasty. I think this is really nasty.
And as you pointed out, you've got
Oh.
this knight takes c6.
No, sorry. Rook f8, last move that's been played. Yeah. So black thinking here, but yeah. So look, queen b2 played, king g1. So I reckon bishop d8 is going to be next.
Where did you put the queen?
You put the queen on b2.
As well, right?
Yeah, bishop d8 to b6 is going to be played now. So yeah.
Certainly is, isn't it? No way on earth would I suppose you can't queen e3 to prevent that. Bishop forgetting to diagonal.
No, go bishop b7, won't you then? I mean, yeah, it's just.
Maybe, I don't know. Sort of a bishop f1, something where you somehow annoy the black queen before, like it's totally set up.
Now, having a look at this one, king f4, f5, king f3. Oh, fe played. Okay, that was quite clever, I suppose. f5, king f3. For rook e4, there was rook f5. Although knight f5 takes knight g3. No, I guess that was probably a decent. So f takes e4 played. F takes e4 played. But actually, this is quite tricky for white. Yeah, I guess you're going to f4. I guess.
Maybe rook c2 then.
Rook c2. I've got rook. Oh no,
You don't have
I don't have rook. But if I go bishop d4.
maybe rook e2 then.
Ooh, tricky. Yeah, that's possibly quite nasty.
Well, you can play king g4 maybe. And just get back to what's that there? King g4 I think better.
Oh, he's played king e3.
Right. Where are we? King e3 a couple of moves there.
I would say that king g6. I suppose he's going to go g4, isn't he? He's going to keep on trying
He's gonna
to.
keep on trying to be annoying. Yeah. I don't know.
It's not so easy.
It isn't so easy, no.
No, it's pretty clever actually.
Yeah, he's,
Maybe I should just play king f7.
I'm not sure if that card is right, actually.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Let's go back to 6 and do better.
Maybe you play king f7 and.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. This was king f4. f5 looks very reasonable.
Yeah, but it's not pretty. I prefer to keep a bit more control of that, because we're playing that card. Maybe I'm quite in control.
I mean, knight c8 was vaguely possible.
Certainly possible, yeah. That's why I prefer the knight coming out to f7. But if you're coming out in both directions at once, I think would be a big problem for Ryan.
But knight
Knight c8 does have a threat, doesn't it?
yeah, now there's a definite threat. Yeah.
Rook e4, that's right.
Yeah. Knight d6 also.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might have been quite awkward.
Or maybe rook e5 then.
Yeah, then I go knight b6. That's
Or
the
maybe
idea.
you go rook c2 then. Or like
Yeah.
go rook c2, that's that would be.
Yeah.
Maybe
Well,
that one, but I feel it's a bit naive to try to report and give the bishop a diagonal.
yeah. Now this looks quite. This might have been interesting. This is definitely a tough position to win.
It's a tough position to play, actually, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can,
I think you should just go king g6 to f7, put the pawn on g6, and then afterwards work out whether you can squiggle over somehow.
squiggly king around.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, at some stage you're going to get the king to e6. You'll be threatening knight d5. So white's got to react in some
No,
way.
I realise why it's being, that's under pressure. Just,
I think probably king g6, and then
hello. Oh, okay, yeah.
all right. Let's have a little look, see what else is happening.
Yeah, I thought it was a scam, but then I found out eventually it wasn't. I already cancelled the credit.
Oh!
I'm not logged for the academy. Yeah. I don't do something.
My goodness, what happened? No, bishop d5 was played.
I think so, yeah.
Knight takes d5, rook d8.
Yeah, but
Well,
it's
yeah,
like
yeah.
earlier.
Another twist to the tail.
I mean, they're not. They're not complete ones. I want to get rid of them. I want a good home.
Right.
Not the big ones, but
No shot.
Well, there we are. So it's going to be rook and knight against rook, I think. That's what we're looking for.
So is this now a draw?
Well, yeah, in principle, yes, but
So White suddenly started trying to make the draw.
yeah, bishop takes d5 was played in this position,
That
but
was a bit unnecessary, wasn't it?
maybe, I don't know, maybe just a blunder from tiredness, I think. But yeah, so rook d8 played, and well, yeah. I mean, I think
We can play knight c3 if you want to draw it.
yeah. I think that would be a fair result. I think in the end, I think.
Like king e6.
Yeah. I think that would probably be a fair result. A draw. But well, lots of twists.
Rook and knight against rook is a good day.
Rook and knight versus rook.
It's a good day for us.
Let's have a look. King e3, king g6, g4 played in this game, and we're waiting for the next move. I think king f7 and g6, and then afterwards just try and.
C2 again is possible. But
Yeah, I don't think you need. Do you need that? Just king f7.
or you can put the knight in c6 as well. So at least g7 moves.
Or maybe after king f7, there's a rook e5. That's maybe.
It just feels like you weakened your pawns for no very good reason.
Yeah, no, I understand. But maybe we can just. No, I think you've got to do something like this anyway, and just hope that you can make something of it.
What about king f7? What about going rook c2 to g2?
Ooh,
Is that going to be?
some rare subtlety being displayed there, John. So if I go, should I put the bishop on e5, maybe?
Yeah, I was going to try to play rook g2 now. I'm just trying to get space for my knight to come out to play the ending. I'm hoping I can play that.
Rook b7.
b7. Am I about to get myself mated? I'm probably out, actually. Good bad luck, isn't it? Yeah, rook b7 is still around now. No, wait a minute. Let's go back again. Sorry, rook and c4, knight to there. Maybe we should play knight g8 to f6. That's a good idea. Knight g8 is much more. With the rook and c4. That makes much more sense, actually.
G4, you want...
No, we want to play knight to g8 to f6.
Yeah.
King g6, g4, and then
Knight g8.
the knight g8. Okay.
Board to draw.
Board to draw. Ha ha ha. Okay.
That feels better, doesn't it? Makes better sense.
Let's have a look. But if we go... Yeah, that looks quite irritating. If I go bishop d4, maybe,
Or knight f6.
and g5.
Knight h5 if necessary to go to g3 to f5. Or have I now allowed? Have I now allowed just king e4?
Yeah.
Okay,
Nothing, we're going to go get changed.
Okay.
I think that it's all over bar the final. Right? I think that the best game is the one on board one.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And I think that the most brilliant game amongst an unpromising crop is the combination on board three.
Oh, Ashvin's.
Yes, I mean, it had some funny moments, but I thought on the whole, it actually had a combination that had the seeds of being able to work.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We can chat a bit, can't we?
Well, I'm just going to go and get changed, so I thought I'd put in my 2 penny worth.
You have until 9:30, so.
9.
Yeah, well, we're not going to spend 4 hours at this.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think it's probably true. I think it's probably fair enough. Yeah, I can't think of anything. Yeah, yeah.
I think they're the two.
Yeah, the best game is clear. I mean, that was just a good game.
And I think the combination of the other game was
it was quite,
closest thing to something brilliant that I've seen so far.
Yeah, there hasn't been as much as all of that this year. So
the other combinations are mainly things that didn't work. So anyway, that's my vote.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's a good choice. Yeah.
Okay, see you later.
So 8 is a draw. Yeah, that's right. So what have we got so far? We've got a win for Oxford on board 1, a draw on board 2, win for Oxford on board 3, still going on board 4, but looking like an Oxford win there as well. Very good chances for an Oxford win on board 5.
You can play knight f4 at this position.
Draws here.
You can play knight f4 at this position.
Ooh.
You can play knight f4 at this position as you get a rook in.
Okay, that's possible.
Whether the pending is winning, I
don't know. Okay, then we got, what else have we got going? Left against Ranesh was actually probably the most interesting of what's still going on. Rook G4 played here, not Rook G3. So Max is thinking.
He's trying to cause some trouble
to the knight.
You go rook h8.
Yeah, I mean, rook e8 could be played as well, I suppose. But
rook h8, at push g2, you can go rook h6.
Yeah, that is very nice. That is very nice.
That simply wins.
That would be very evil indeed.
That is the end of the game as well.
Yeah, that is just winning. Yeah. Yeah, that would be brilliant. That would be really good. G6. Yeah, G6 is irritating, isn't it? Yeah, I was looking at it. Yeah. Yeah.
So maybe we should go check.
It's probably the safest, yeah. Rook e8 check.
F6, rook h8.
Bishop g2. And then we just go something like rook h7, I guess.
Or rook h5. Rook h5 is over d4, isn't it?
Yeah, but rook
h7 is nice. You can try to go king g6, rook h4.
Crazy.
Rook takes 4.
Then rook takes
G7 check.
G3 check. Oh, no, rook takes pawn is check.
It's check, yeah.
That's unfortunate.
And king, there we go there. Yeah, this is quite messy somehow.
Sorry. Would much prefer to do better than this as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll wait to see what Max comes up with. How's this one going? I think we've got some.
Tiny bit, I played the foreign CL.
Yeah, this one's looking very good for black.
Right, now you should play F5 E4 King F6.
Cup of tea.
Sorry?
Yes.
This I assume is basically lost.
It looks pretty much winning, doesn't it? F5.
I think you go F5 and E4, don't you? Your king will be alright.
Too early for green.
F5 equal King
It's
F6.
so weekend.
You might have E3 even win. I don't play that with that ending. The pawns are fixed, so it's not clear. If you get F5 E4 against nothing, is that winning? Where does the white bishop have to be to stop it? Quite difficult, actually, isn't it? You're not going to get that.
Nah, you're not gonna. Yeah,
You're not gonna let that
black's gonna win this.
very easily, I think.
I would think so. It's just very tough to defend, I think.
How wicked to defend, actually, isn't it? Yeah. You
Um,
can also, if you wanted to, you can play G5, and then you can play H4, and then go away again and start thinking. Because, you know, you just eliminate those two pairs of pawns. So when you do play E3, you have to pass pawns.
well, John, I think you should approve of what Black has played in this game. He did exactly what you wanted. 98.
Right, very good.
So you now have direct. Oh, actually, the line that we were looking at. Oh, and he played not knight H5, but knight E8.
That was also being suggested. And if there are E6 check then? King F5, no, sorry, King H4.
Can I play bishop E5 actually, or is that?
That's also possible. No, I thought I like that. Bishop B5. Well, it doesn't feel to me like white's got control here. I'd prefer to be an H5. It's not out of the way of sort of manning crowd, really.
Bishop E5 looks quite reasonable.
Yeah, does to me. I mean, I think black rushed it with F5. Actually.
Yeah.
I understand why he did.
No, I think bishop E5 looks quite decent. You would expect. You think that white's on the way there really to hold a draw.
I mean, black's pieces are not very good anymore, are they?
Trying to respond a little bit to the chat. Poor people, they've just been talking non-stop and haven't replied very much really. So
Dr. John Dennis Martin said about receiving.
so anyway, we're going to see 98. So this one sort of interesting. Yeah, this one's going to carry on for a while. Yeah, this is kind of the key one. Rook F2 played. It's a bit well, a bit cautious, but probably still quite
I'm sure he's
good.
very much better. He's stuck with G3, it's true.
But I guess we go bishop back somewhere. Or maybe bishop G6. Let's put the bishop on G6.
Yeah, it doesn't do that. He's got very simple.
No, he hasn't played yet. I think bishop G6. We just sort of wait there.
Oh, definitely. Should look at do that as well.
Yeah, I don't know. Rook E2, Rook E4.
I don't understand it.
It's cautious, I think. just not wanting to be the one responsible for ruining your team's event. But although I think it's looking, we've got 2 wins for Oxford so far, and I think we've got probably a very likely one on board 4 for Oxford as well.
Which one's board 4?
And that would be enough then, yeah. And
Which
then
one is board 4?
that's Daniel Gallagher, so the Queen and opposite coloured bishop one. And
It's not very difficult to do, really, isn't it?
no, and Oxford is better on the other 2 boards as well,
I can
really.
see
So
why you sort of get nervous about playing at the time. Really isn't that a big deal, I would say.
no, so I think I mean I think it's pretty clear that that Oxford is going to end up as the winner of this 142nd Varsity match with pretty clear very clear advantage. I don't think you could really say that there was ever much of a doubt about it, just the way things have gone. So dum.
I can see Black being reluctant to come back. Just have to, yeah, I agree. Just have to do it, and it's not going to be bad.
Bishop G2 played.
Only the rookie, no?
Yeah, he wants to avoid rook G3. Just waiting for another twist to happen in this one. What's the time control? Are they until the end now, or do they get increments?
They get increments all the way through. So they've got an extra 40 moves. But we don't say
Yeah, we need the games to speed up now. We need time trouble. That's what we need. This one is very interesting, must be said. But looks like so 98. Oh, rook e5 was played. Knight c7, king e4, b3. Rook e5 is a bit clumsy. It's true. But actually, this could be rather tricky. Actually, is this even just winning? I think. We just take it. Yeah, it's all working. No, I'm just putting it on the board. But he's played b3, so I think this is gone now. I think this has gone for white. Came very close, really good defense actually, but yeah, I think finally we just moved his rook away there, and yeah. So I think this is actually just going to happen. This is going to be that's going to be the indeed the probably the only Cambridge win. No, I think.
You saw Richard Purpose, but in Smithy.
Yeah, I saw that.
A bit odd, wasn't it? I mean, there's only one tactic you can play. It probably won't work, but at least you look at it you hope, and then you look at it more and surprised for life.
Yeah, it's just when you're, I think when you're playing a stronger player, odd things happen in your brain, most likely. This is so this is going to be a nice clean win at the end, and then we've just got the boards 4 and the board 5s going. So Daniel's still thinking a lot. Yeah, presumably trying to work out whether he wants to play E3 or F5.
But E3 you played on this pawn, don't you? Maybe would it? What the hell would you do now?
He's played F5. Yay, we've got some more moves.
That's the right thing.
Bishop F1, King F6, Bishop G2.
And he could decide, he could play G5 if he wanted to, and swap off both those pawns, and then go back and then play E3. Probably a bit unnecessary.
And what if he played Queen C3?
That's also not a bad idea. King F1 is played, isn't it? Not too much else is going to be not any good. And I wouldn't play E5, maybe.
No, I wouldn't play it. But
But actually, you can play G5. You can take off. You can put the king at F4, can't you? And then play E3 or something.
yeah, I mean that's what the plan I was vaguely wondering about, really, just to maybe go
I quite
H4.
like playing G5. You know, it sorts out quite a lot of stuff.
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, it feels like a nice move to do.
Queen takes each one.
Queen takes F2 check. King H2. Queen G1 check. King H4 check.
It's very unpleasant. Rook F5 check, King E4. Oh, Rook F2.
It's been a bit pathetic, isn't it? I suppose is he winning the match?
I think they've already won the match.
Because King E4 hasn't been played, is it?
Yeah, King E4 was played. Rook F5 check, King E4.
Oh, I see.
Now Rook F2.
Which has a threat.
It has a threat, so I mean, it might be just be a repetition just to gain some time. But I guess that Black will play King E5.
I think he better do that. I don't really see there are many other moves to be considered.
No, I don't think so. So King E5, yeah, and then we'll see what he does.
Possibly, yeah. There are all sorts of- If B5 is interesting, I don't know if it works or not. It might well do.
Any update on this one? No, still thinking again. A lot of decisions to take.
So what's happened? He's gone back again, has he? Did he go Queen C3, King F1, and then
Oh, this has happened, by the way. Rook takes D4 has happened.
that's how it should?
Yeah, nice combination. King D4, B2, Rook E1, Knight B5 check, and then we can do it brilliantly
Causes a major incident.
with a clear win. So very nice finish there from Cameron.
The game.
That was the game. Yes. I mean, you can play King C3 if you want to, but you don't really. Nobody cares. If
Rook
you want
D5,
to-
I think.
If you want to play the rook against the rook, I can call them. Be very interesting.
I think we're going to see Matthew coming in with his black marker very soon again. And then, yeah, the key, I suppose the most intriguing one is the one of Max against Ranesh. So Ranesh thinking there really is no other move apart from King E5, I think. He has played it indeed. So yeah, what did we think? We thought
Either rook f8, no,
Rook
it's not
f8.
Rook f8, yeah. He's slightly screwed up, wasn't he? Rook f8.
no, Rook f8 is all right. It's
Rook
possible.
f8 is okay, isn't it? Yeah, it's okay.
Rook f7 also possible.
Rook f7 not, I think. Rook takes knight, rook e7 check.
Oh, king f6. Sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Rook f7.
Yeah, you're right. So rook f8 then. That's completely possible. Yeah, we could get again into this ending with h2 and rook h8. It looks quite promising for white there.
I don't know if he's desperately trying to stop rook g3, but you know.
Interesting. I don't know whether he's going to play. Could choose to repeat with rook f5 as well. Possible too.
It could repeat,
So as
So
Daniel,
I don't know who's white, it's Cambridge Oxford.
Oxford is white.
So he doesn't need to.
He doesn't need to win. No, that's. Yeah, and then this one they're still thinking. So let's have a look. Just waiting for the opponents to think.
There's rook f8, there is a repetition, yeah.
Yes, I mean after rook f8.
Is that played?
No, not yet. We're still waiting. I mean, could play. Yeah, I mean, could play. Just wondering what else black could play apart from rook g3. I mean, bishop e4. I suppose we could play. Just wait and see what's happening. We've got all our ideas again. I mean, knight e2 is
When
possible.
rook g3 pawn takes h2, can you play? You can't play king d3 first because the bishop e4 check.
No, you want the mating. I don't think the mating nets are there. Oh yeah, we want to go. Sorry, we would probably go rook e8 check first. Just check the king away and then back here. I think this was very good. This was very good chances for white. This sort of thing. Yeah, I think a lot of problems there for black. So he's repeated again. I think we're going to get a draw by repetition here because he's repeated again.
Okay.
And played rook f2. So yeah, I think we're getting a draw by repetition.
d2.
But it is. I think it is. I think Max has had. Is it 3 losses he's had in the varsity matches? I think it is. So I think this is going to be a very welcome first half point in the match. I think it's. He's been quite a successful captain, but just not not in terms of scoring. So this gets him on the board, point on the board, half point on the board, and also a victory. But maybe this is actually, it's a draw. There we are. It's a draw. Very good. So that's actually basically more or less sealing the win. Well, Cameron Goal will probably we'll get the score back to 2-1, and then we've only got Daniel Gallagher afterwards, who has got this position, which you wouldn't expect him to. You wouldn't expect him to lose somehow. Oh, actually, is this? This is maybe rather. Rather painful, isn't it?
Zero is it? Open to that.
Oh, this is rather painful, I think, because after,
G3.
well, we're attacking G3 here, and after King G2, we'll just go F4, won't we?
Thing right? What? I don't really want to go for maybe I can.
I'm going to pick up the H4 pawn.
I suppose that's all right.
Well, I mean, some people give their right arm to have an H4 pawn, John.
Prefer to be a buyback.
But I think this is pretty strong, right? I mean,
Board 5 draw.
board 5 draw, yeah.
I
I mean, you could play F3, I suppose.
can play that for.
I'll go Queen D4, maybe. No, but he's just played Queen E5, so I think King G2 F4 looks quite strong.
It'll be 7 castle out of 3. With no sort of take Queen D2 check and stuff.
Takes Queen B2. I'll probably go E5, won't I?
You're making a mess of your position to win the ball. Well, I'm sure it probably should go. It's like prefer to keep more control of that curve. And I prefer to eliminate those 2 pawns, put the king F4 with the queen in D4, and then use myself by playing E3.
Yeah, but yeah.
Because I'm assuming then that the opposite bishop is completely ruined. If it isn't, of course, because I can get E5, E4. Where do you need to have the bishop? H1.
That game has been indeed ended. That is a win for Cambridge. Yay! Well done, Cambridge. No. This is it's the other game. So King H1 played. I think Daniel's going to go F4.
I would be very, very willing to do that myself. But
We're going to win. You're going to have 3 pawns,
I think
John.
what could happen, which would not be so good, would be G5 takes King takes F4 check, resigns.
That is a nasty one. But I don't think it's a
Let's
now.
play the match.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. But I don't think that G5 is a natural move to
Well,
play at
you
this
don't need
moment.
to Queen D4, I have to say. You get Queen D4, Queen D2.
I think this is just winning. This is just winning lots of pawns, right? I think.
I suppose this seems a bit unprincipled. Pawn structure, like weak pawn structures. And defends my sense of.
Board 7 black win.
I think he's going to do it. Well, actually, I suppose E3 is also interesting here. Yeah.
D3 actually, because yeah, back all then.
Or maybe not. Yeah, E3 F4. I'm not 100% sure. Does that improve your position?
I don't know. I'm sure if I do it right, I can even without thinking at all. That's all. I really will prefer to.
I'm betting on F4. I think Daniel will go for it. Go for the win of the pawns. So, I think you're going to get E6, G6, H5 against nothing, basically, with the queens off. Must be good enough.
E6, G6, H5 is 7 enough, yeah. And you got the wrong rooks ball, you got 2 of them, the others.
Yeah, that should be good enough.
Because you can get H3, G4 quite easily, can't you?
Yeah.
So, let's see. 1 game left.
What's this game like?
Indeed. Yeah, it hasn't been. Last year was much more thrilling in terms of result and everything, but it's been a very good performance from
Well, they're
Oxford.
playing okay, but it's quite bad. But it happens.
But I mean, indeed, if you look back on it, board one was quite impressive, I have to say. Board two was quite fun. Lots could have happened there. It sort of petered out in a way, but was actually very, very interesting.
I need to go through an order. I don't really know what's where.
Yeah, board two was the Queen's Gambit accepted with the opposite colour bishops at the end.
Right.
And then, a few games got a little bit random. This game of Max French's was very interesting, but somehow, petered out somehow. And
Did I miss any chances?
we thought we were probably winning in the rook ending, but in the ending at the end. But
Oh, right.
yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So
I thought I didn't have anything. I thought I was in trouble.
no. We thought you can go rook f8, right? And because rook takes d4, there's rook e8 check. So, and then you just sort of squiggle around really, and we thought that white was
You never had rook takes g3.
I didn't think that was the problem. You can do it, but you just the ending should be really good.
Yeah, of course.
So, because if you sit there after rook g3 and do absolutely nothing,
Yeah.
then your knight always has a square.
You've got to be careful about b5.
But we go g4, g5, and we sort of push him on both sides. We thought that it was actually going to be a very dangerous, very, very dangerous for black. No, I mean we never know, but we just we just sort of thought that was going to be quite dangerous.
I just felt like an evening it got away from me, and that it might be time to push.
Yeah, no. I mean, it basically means the match just it makes the match right. So I mean that's fine. But we thought that he stood very very well there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it might be a bit strange.
But it's very. I think it's very tough for.
It depends. If black keeps control.
We were looking at lines as well, playing just a bit earlier, but playing the knight round e2 to f4. And then after you check the black king away, you come in with your king on d4.
I wanted to try and get something like that.
I think you can squeeze quite nicely, and I think it's quite tricky. But as always, when it's not my pieces, it's always easier somehow. But what happened, Ashvin? What happened? What were you doing?
I forgot this rook was on B2.
Oh no!
I think it was on this. Yeah, to be fair. So, even rook takes f6, I just forgot rook b8.
Yeah, that I thought, but rook a6 was really
I think I was a bit annoyed that he hadn't designed it.
well. That is definitely
So I was just trying to win like fast, and I just forgot. And if you said, "Oh my god," I went okay.
I saw you sold do this.
Yeah. I just forgot. Screw that.
So we take quite a
Yeah, no, that was really. But yeah, no, it was a bit. It was a bit funny to carry on. 5 pawns down. That was also. It's. But I was really surprised with his opening choice. I have to say. Yeah. And he's good in unbalanced, sharp positions, and then he gives you this nice technical, position somehow. It didn't feel right somehow as an opening choice.
I was so surprised when he touched the ball. Like, okay, yeah, top line 6.
Yeah. No, because that was quite a big game, of course, because he scored very well for Cambridge, and last year it was he could have beaten Emile as well. It was really
I think it's because he keeps playing me, to be fair.
But yeah, it was I was quite surprised by the opening choice. I didn't think that was going to go incredibly well for him, really. It's the wrong style, and also you played the Queen's Gambit accepted really well last year, so yeah.
I was quite confused by the same thing. But to be fair, I forgot it wasn't the theory.
Yeah, no, that's
That's not bad choice. I was down on time.
Yeah.
But I found the setup that I like.
Yeah, no, but yeah, you can just play those, you know, and you're very safe, and yeah, that's right, yeah. So yeah. No, that was really yeah, that was very that was the one I found the strangest somehow, because I had big expectations of Jan. I thought this was going to be you know, quite a tough game somehow, and it turned out to be just very smooth somehow. Yeah.
I myself thought it was very, very tough. So
Yeah.
It's,
yeah, but in general, somehow, yeah, it was quite kind of easy. I think for Oxford somehow it was pretty one-sided. It felt really, you know. Obviously, Cameron did really well to win on board 7, but there were a lot of games where you sort of felt, yeah.
I think after the first hour, I was a bit concerned. Like, I did not think we were doing quite well. But into the second hour, I thought, like, we're fine.
Yeah, it looks suddenly clarified, and everyone's positions look quite good somehow. So yeah, and a few crazy things happened. You see, Daniel has played F4, John. You've been saying that it could never happen, but it has happened.
I haven't said it would never happen. I just said I'd never do it in my life.
It's I think it's going to win a lot of pawns.
If it wins a lot of pawns, I suppose he might.
It's so that's going to be a win as well, I think. So
I'm sure it will be a win, but I mean, I just like it in saying, you know, we'll go Queen C2 or something, get a few checks.
nah.
Nobody really believes me, do they?
No, John.
Absolutely unbelievable.
So Queen B8 played. I think we got Queen H4 and Queen F2. We certainly do.
We do. That seems to end the game. I admit that. I can hardly deny it, can I?
I don't. Yeah, I think all we've got to do is put on the poker face and go for stalemate. I think that's the Bishop H3, Queen H3, King G1, Queen G3, King H1, Queen F2, and then.
Then you have a mad queen rather than a mad rook.
Indeed, but.
I rather imagine that he won't do that.
I think the chances of that happening are quite small. Oh, he's done it! He's done it! Oh, he's going for it. But
Yes, I think the man might have Queen H4 check. What's he going to play now? He's laughing him.
he's played Queen F3. I think we're about to see the final resignation there.
I would think so.
Oh, or is he allowing mate? Maybe he is. King H2.
So mate with checks, that probably is, isn't it? Queen F2 to F1.
Yeah, Queen F1 at the end.
They'll
That's
bring
going
the bishop in somewhere. Eventually something will happen.
I think he's going to allow mate, maybe. So Queen F1 check, and I think we're there.
Also, King G7 would be pretty.
Well, you could play Queen F5 back to D7 just to hold everything, and but
Check. Huge check. I have to say.
I think resignation will come now, or is he going to allow mate? Yeah, a bit unfortunate. This game was just a bit of a crazy moment in time trouble somehow. It's got a very
He was okay before we.
just a sudden emotional decision just to do something, and just miscalculated and lost 2 pawns. It was a bit unfortunate. Oh, I think that has actually finished. I'm seeing won and lost there. So, all right. So that is it, I think. Actually, it looks like Oxford have won by 3 victories to 1. So and generally looked pretty much in control, I think you can say. Very good win on board 7 for Cambridge. A very nice win on board 1 for Oxford, and yeah, some nice stuff all around. So to everyone watching online, thanks very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed it, and yeah, hope to see you around for future streams. Thanks for watching.
Thank you, man. So how many votes did you have?
I'm not sure. I'm going to have a look.